Preface to The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface by the translator. I am quite sure that the reader, whether parent or child, will agree with me that this is one of the most delightful little stories ever written to win the attention of the young, and sow the seeds of goodness in their hearts. The morality is so pure and unaffected, the humor so delicate and true, the interest so powerfully yet artlessly sustained, and the whole tendency of the work is so excellent, that it seems to me to possess the elements of an enduring reputation to as great an extent as Paul and Virginia, The Exile of Siberia, Sandford and Merton, or any other of those few evergreen productions which find a place on the shelves of every juvenile library. Since the day of Berquin and Madame de Genlis, no book that has ever appeared in France has been so eagerly sought after by the community of youthful readers as The Little Robinson of Paris. It was first published only a few months since, and I am happy to have it in my power to present to the American public the English translation that has been made. The perfect novelty and freshness of the story, added to its great merits, should commend it to the attention of all who are looking out for holiday presents for their young friends, and I can securely promise that the latter will never say, after they have read it, that they have been disappointed in their gift. L.L. Astor House, New York, December 1843. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. The Death of Mr. Thomas. A long procession assembled itself in front of a house in one of the principal streets in Bordeaux. It was the hour at which the master of that mansion was to be transported to the last home that should ever shelter his earthly remains. The coffin, with its sombre velvet pall, was borne by the friends of the deceased. Immediately after them walked a tall and extremely pale young man, who was followed by a crowd of persons apparently but little impressed by the solemnity of the moment. At some distance behind the procession, a child, about 12 years of age, running with feeble and irregular steps, vainly endeavored to keep up with the rest of the people. Not one of that long train paid the least attention to him, although he was weeping so violently that even the long bright ringlets that fell in golden showers about his sickly countenance were profusely moistened with his tears. The burial ground was soon reached, and the usual ceremonies performed. The clergyman, in making a short eulogistic discourse, pronounced Mr. Thomas, who had been a very wealthy merchant, to have lived a most righteous and praiseworthy life, and faithfully to have discharged the duties of a good son, husband, and father. The last short prayer was uttered, and the crowd withdrew. The weeping child alone remained beside the grave, and, kneeling on the moist earth, he exclaimed with emotion, "Uncle, dear uncle, shall I never see you again?" "Are you not going away with the rest of them, my little friend?" said the sexton, kindly touching the child upon the shoulder. The boy looked up without replying. "Is it your father, my dear, who has just been buried?"
"No, sir, it was my uncle, my dear uncle."
"But you have a father?"
"No, sir, he was dead before I can remember."
"And your mother?"
"She is dead too."
"But you remember her, do you not?"
"No, sir, I was so very little when she died," replied the child. "I only remember a large white bed on which she was lying, and my uncle, my good uncle, standing beside the bed, holding my mother's hand. And then he said he would take care of little Cecil. Cecil, that is I, you know. Then he took me home, and I lived with him, but I never saw my dear mother again."
"And you, I suppose, are your uncle's heir?" asked the sexton.
"What is an heir?" inquired Cecil.
"I mean, everything which was your uncle's now belongs to you."
"To me, yes, but to his son also."
"Ah, then he has a son."
"Yes, did you not see him?"
"Now I remember that I did. He is a tall young man, is he not? With a dark skin, but very pale? He told me to call upon him to-morrow with my account. He did not look very amiable, that cousin of yours, and I am sure he shed no tears."
"Oh, that is because he is too big to cry. Only children cry," replied Cecil, wiping his own eyes. "My cousin is a man. He has traveled all over the world. He has been to Paris with my uncle, and he stayed there 3 months. But how dark it is getting! I must go home, or Augustus will be angry with me."
"Who is Augustus, my dear?"
"My cousin, sir. My poor uncle said that now he was to be my father and my uncle too."
"Poor child!" exclaimed the sexton, as Cecil hastened from him, but paused when he had retreated a few steps, to take one more farewell of his uncle's grave. "Poor child! I do not much admire this new protector of yours." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Heir and the Orphan. As the churchyard was situated at some distance from the house which had belonged to Mr. Thomas, it was quite dark before Cecil reached his home. His first inquiry was after his cousin. "He has retired to the chamber of our deceased master," replied one of the domestics, "and he gave orders that nobody should disturb him."
"Then good night, John," said Cecil, taking up a candle. "I am going to bed without kissing my uncle for good night. Oh, John, I cannot bear to think of that."
"What can you expect, Master Cecil?" said the ancient domestic, brushing the cuff of his coat over his eyes. "We must all die. It is very hard for you, this great affliction, but then you have a cousin left." A cousin. Poor child. "You won't find that much," muttered John between his teeth. Cecil, as he was retiring to his chamber, was forced to pass the door of his uncle's room. He could not help pausing, and he perceived a light gleaming through the crevices of the door.
"Augustus is there," he said to himself, "and no doubt weeping. Oh, it would be some consolation if I could even see him." With this reflection he tapped gently at the door.
"Who is there?" demanded a rough voice.
"It is I, Cecil. Pray let me in."
"Leave me alone and go to bed," replied Augustus authoritatively. Cecil dared not reply, but involuntarily his eyes sought the keyhole, for he was curious to know what his cousin could be doing. The child looked first towards the bed, expecting to find Augustus there upon his knees. But the bed was unmade, without covering, and nobody was beside it. He looked to the other side of the room. There stood his cousin, before an open secretary. In his hand he held a red portfolio, from which he drew several sheets of paper, and after reading them, flung them into the fire. Cecil looked to see if his cousin was weeping, but no, his eyes were employed in a different manner. Cecil left the door, retiring to his room, went to bed, but he continually kept asking himself what his cousin could have been doing, and how he could possibly help weeping. The next morning, when he came downstairs, he found Augustus finishing his breakfast.
"You did not wait for me," said Cecil timidly.
"Do you suppose I am made to wait?" replied Augustus rudely. Cecil seated himself at the table and rang the little bell that stood beside his plate. "Why do you ring?" demanded Augustus.
"For my breakfast.
There is nothing left," said Cecil, surveying the empty table. A servant entered. Augustus addressed him before Cecil could speak. "Let this child eat in the kitchen, and remember that in future you receive orders from me alone."
"In the kitchen? What does this mean?" questioned Cecil in surprise.
"It means that I am master here, the only master, and that you are nobody," answered Augustus.
"I? Am I not your cousin?" said Cecil innocently, and as though he feared he should receive a reply in the negative.
"Listen to me, Master Cecil. You are 12 years old, and ought to understand me. Your father died and left nothing. So did your mother. Therefore you have nothing."
"But you are rich, cousin. You have money enough for both."
"You will find yourself much mistaken, my young gentleman. I have money for myself, but none for you. Do you hear?"
"Now you are joking with me, cousin. Do you mean that at this table there will no longer be a seat for me, and that I shall not have a room in this house?"
"The house is mine, Master Cecil. You should think me very good to argue thus with a mere child, but I wish you to understand that my father, when he was master, did what he pleased, and therefore he chose you to remain here. Now that I am master, I do what I please, and I choose you to find some other home."
"Some other home? Where can I go? Where would you have me go?"
"Where you please. I care not where."
Cecil burst into tears, and approached his cousin with clasped hands, said tremblingly, "Oh, where can I go, dear cousin? What will become of me? I am such a mere child, as you said, so feeble, so often sick. I should die of hunger if you turned me away. And what would people say of you if you let your poor little cousin die in the streets? Why, the very boys would throw stones at you as you passed along."
Whether it was owing to this very natural remark of his cousin's, or some better feeling that at that moment inspired him, we cannot say. But Augustus remained silent and lost in thought for some time. At length he looked at Cecil and said with affected kindness, "You are right, Cecil. You ought not to leave my protection. To-morrow I am going to Paris, and you shall go with me."
"What? To Paris? I shall see Paris? I?
Yes, Cecil. That is, if you are a very good boy.
Oh, dear, good Augustus, how kind you are!
You were only playing with me just now, were you not? And Cecil approached his cousin with open arms, and would have embraced him. But Augustus pushed him away, although not angrily, and said, "Very good, very good. Now send for your breakfast."
"Oh, I am not at all hungry," replied Cecil, shaking his head mournfully. "I could not eat now. My heart is too full."
"Then eat when you please," replied Augustus, as he rose and left the room. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 The Tuileries. On the 1st of August, in the year 1836, a dark-looking young man and a fair, delicate child alighted from a diligence at the usual stopping-place in Paris.
"Oh, how tired I am, Augustus," said the child to the young man. "I have not slept for the last 3 nights."
"Wait here until I come back," said Augustus, and he entered into the office and demanded of the clerk, "At what hour does the diligence leave for Bordeaux?" "At 6 o'clock, sir." "Is there a vacant seat?" "Yes, sir, there is one." "Reserve it for me."
"For whom, cousin?" exclaimed
Cecil, who had followed Augustus unperceived.
"That does not concern you," replied Augustus,
much provoked at finding his cousin so near him. He placed the money for the seat on the desk, and received in exchange a small piece of paper. Then, taking Cecil by the hand, he said, "Come along," and they went on their way.
"Where are we going?"
asked Cecil.
"To the Tuileries, to set my watch," replied Augustus. "Oh, I remember when my poor uncle used to tell me about his travels. He said the first thing he always did, on arriving in Paris, was to go to the Tuileries, to regulate his watch. Poor uncle! I can never think of him without crying."
"Be quiet, will you?" said Augustus roughly, taking Cecil's hand as he was wiping away his tears. The child was frightened at the harsh tone of his cousin, but soon became distracted by the numerous and magnificent shops they passed, and said in astonishment to himself, "What a beautiful and splendid city is Paris!" The two travelers arrived at the Tuileries just as the gates were thrown open. Nobody was yet promenading there, and Augustus led Cecil to one of the most retired walks, and made him sit down beneath a chestnut tree, the thick foliage of which shaded them from the sun. "Are you hungry?" he inquired.
"Yes," replied Cecil.
"Eat, then," said Augustus, handing him a couple of pears from his pocket, and a small piece of bread.
"Are we going to stay here long?" asked Cecil, while he was eating.
"Are you not satisfied here?" returned his cousin.
"Perfectly so, Augustus, but to tell the truth, I am more sleepy than hungry."
And in a few more minutes Cecil's eyes half closed, and his lovely head fell first on one side and then on the other. The quiet of this beautiful garden, the delightful shades, the clear basins of water in which white swans and golden fish were playing, all appeared to invite repose. "It is easy to gratify you," said Augustus. "You could not have a more beautiful place in which to rest than this. Lie down and sleep."
"And what will you do meanwhile?" asked Cecil.
"Oh," said Augustus, evidently embarrassed, "I have a portable writing desk in my pocket, and I will amuse myself by taking notes. But what book is that you are putting under your head for a pillow?"
It is Robinson Crusoe, my poor uncle's last gift. Have you read it, Augustus?" "No, go to sleep," said Augustus roughly. Cecil replied, opening the book, "It is the history of a poor forsaken child on a desert island. Read it, Augustus, while I sleep. It will amuse you." "No, yes," said Augustus, taking the book from Cecil, and again repeating, "Go to sleep." He glanced over the book. "Read it, read it. It will interest you," repeated Cecil, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "Poor Robinson. Imagine, Augustus, a child about my age, or a little older, I believe, alone, entirely alone, on a desert island. But the desert island was not so fearful as the mere fact of being alone. By the by, Augustus," added Cecil laughingly, "do not run away from me while I am asleep, for I should not care to be in Robinson's plight. A funny idea, is it not?" And half laughing, half yawning, Cecil fell instantly into a sweet slumber. With a constrained effort avoidingly to glance at his little cousin, Augustus took a portfolio of paper from his packet, and, making the life of Robinson Crusoe serve as a desk, began to write. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 The Awakening of Cecil. The sun was setting when Cecil awoke. The first sound that struck his ear was the palace clock. He counted 7. 7 o'clock! exclaimed he, complacently stretching his arms. "I have had a good sleep," and slowly opening his eyes as he looked around in astonishment. He had forgotten his journey, his arrival. Everything around him appeared strange, but presently he recovered himself. "Oh, I am in Paris! Augustus!" Not seeing his cousin where he had left him, he started to seek him. "Why, where can he be? That is a good joke. He has hidden himself to frighten me." And with the happy thoughtlessness of his age, he unconcernedly amused himself in looking at the objects around. The garden was hardly less quiet than before he fell asleep. A few persons were still walking about, and some sitting on the chairs. Cecil waited patiently until he heard the clock strike 7:30. Then, seeing that his cousin had not come, he began to walk up and down, without being the least suspicious. "I have slept 12 hours," thought he, counting with his fingers. "Augustus must have been weary, and has gone somewhere else. He is so selfish. Perhaps he has dined without me. It would be just like him. When he is hungry, he does not care whether others eat or not. And when his appetite is gratified, he thinks of nobody else. And I am hungry notwithstanding," he added aloud.
"I have been watching you while you slept for a long time, little boy," said a fat gentleman in a blue overcoat, a sword hanging at his side, and a 3-cornered hat on his head. "How does it happen that you are here all alone?"
"I am waiting for my cousin, sir," answered Cecil meekly.
"And are you sure he will return, my little one?"
"Why, how could he do otherwise, sir? He knows that I was never in Paris before, and I cannot find my way anywhere."
"And is he familiar with the place?"
"Oh, perfectly, sir. He was here last year with his father, my poor uncle, and he stayed here 3 whole months. If one cannot become familiar with Paris in 3 months, he never will at all."
The gentleman smiled and said, "And you intend waiting here until your cousin returns, do you?"
"I must, sir. Where would you have me go?"
And suppose your cousin does not come until after the gates are closed? For notwithstanding he has lived 3 months in Paris, he may very easily lose his way."
"Oh, what shall I do, sir? I suppose I must sleep here all night," replied Cecil, whose face now expressed great sadness and resignation.
"But you cannot do that, my little one, for when the drum beats everyone must leave the garden."
"Oh, sir, I pray you, if my cousin has not arrived then, that you will let me stay here."
"I am the overseer of the Tuileries, my little friend, and it is my duty to make you leave instead of letting you remain here," replied the gentleman. "But since your cousin has lived in Paris some time, he ought to know the regulations, and will no doubt come for you before the hour of the closing of the gate arrives."
With these words he went away. Cecil's heart was full of fear and trouble. "Oh," said he, with a mournful look, and without noticing that a crowd of richly dressed people were assembling in the gardens, "if my cousin does not return, if he has lost his way, as the gentleman said, what will become of me? Where shall I go? And then I am hungry. I shall die of hunger. But Augustus will return. If he gets astray, he can inquire the road. He knows I will be lost without him. If I were not so hungry, I could wait patiently. Perhaps if I read, the time will not appear so long."
Then, sighing deeply, Cecil took up his book.
But what was his astonishment when a letter fell out of it! He picked it up and discovered that it was addressed to himself. "This is curious," said he. He opened the letter and read as follows: "My dear cousin, I am not rich enough to support you, and I am too young to undertake so great a responsibility as that of bringing up such a little boy as you are. Besides, you have no claim upon me. On the contrary, you are indebted to me for the little education you have received, for the clothes you have on your back, and for the food until now. But I do not reproach you for all this. Only leave me to myself for the future. Live as best you can, and forget that you have a cousin in the world. Paris is not the desert island you talked about a little while ago. It is a large city full of resources. You know how to read, write, and calculate a little, and with these acquirements you can get along. Farewell, Cecil. Do not seek me, for when you receive this letter I shall already be far away from Paris. Do not attempt to return to my house. It will be useless. I am master there, and I have a right to receive whoever pleases me, or to remove whoever displeases me. It is clear I do not want you. Therefore do not come. It is needless for me to sign this letter. You will easily guess the writer. Act as if I were dead, and never inquire after me. Farewell forever." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa. Translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Wounded Little Dog. When Cecil had finished reading, he remained for some moments like one petrified. Then he took up the letter again, reperused it with great care, pondering over every sentence, and seemed not to be able to comprehend that he really was forsaken. But when he came to the last words, "Farewell forever," he repeated them several times to himself, then suddenly burst into tears. Yes, he was indeed alone, alone in the world, and in the midst of this brilliant garden of Paris, for the sun had sunk below the horizon, but it was not yet dark, and the appearance of the Tuileries was at this moment superb, although Augustus said so positively in his letter that he would not come back, Cecil could not believe that his only remaining relative would show him so much cruelty. "It would be so wicked," said he, talking to himself. "No, it is not possible that he could act thus. He wishes to frighten me." And he did not dare move from his place, for fear that his cousin might return and, not finding him, would in reality leave the Tuileries without him. Cecil's mind was now so full of anxiety that he forgot his hunger. He was absorbed in one idea. He was alone. What should he do? And where should he go? He could not remain all his life in one place. He arose and walked about. The crowd was so dense that everybody pushed him as he passed. In vain Cecil sought for a friendly face amongst all these people. He looked imploringly from one to another, but no eye turned towards him. Or, if by chance someone looked at him for a moment, it was with an expression of so much indifference and such want of feeling that the poor child was chilled through and through, and the very drops of perspiration on his forehead felt as though they were turned into ice. Soon he turned away from these richly dressed persons, and stopped before a group of children. They all had somebody with them, either a nurse, a father, or a mother. Nobody seemed alone in this immense and beautiful garden but poor Cecil. His heart sank within him at every step, yet he did not weep. He dared not. Again he suffered the pangs of hunger, and a momentary feeling of the baseness of his cousin's conduct made him exclaim, "God will punish him!" These words made him remember the Almighty, and he added, "But the good God will not forsake me. He will have pity on me." Just then a dog, covered with blood and moaning piteously, ran towards Cecil, and sought shelter between his legs. "Get away from me," said Cecil, angrily pushing him with his foot. But immediately his conscience reproached him. "I pray God to have pity on me, and I have no pity upon a poor beast." And he took the dog in his arms and caressed it. "Oh, it is your dog, little boy, is it?" said an old gentleman passing by. "Keep him with you, then, if you do not wish him to be killed. He has just escaped from great danger. Poor animal! At every stroke of the bayonet with which the sentinel was endeavoring to chase him out of the garden, I thought he would die. But he recovered himself bravely, and sprang across the iron railing on the terrace. I advise you, my little friend, to fasten a string around his neck if you wish to keep them from killing him." "But this dog is not mine, sir. I do not know to whom he belongs," replied Cecil. "He is wounded, and you ought to take him to your house, for you, doubtless, have a home." The melancholy sigh which accompanied these last words could only be understood by those who knew poor Cecil's situation. "Well, that's a good one," said the old gentleman, laughing. "Certainly I have a home, but I do not like dogs. They distress and annoy me. They must always be watched. If you do not love them better than I do, my little fellow, why, all you have to do is to let this one go and take his chance. His trouble will soon be ended. If he escapes from the sentinel's bayonet, he will not from the poisonous little balls of meat which they throw into the streets for vagrant dogs. That is a good one. Take him home with me." "Children think everybody will do just as they wish," muttered the old gentleman as he went on his way. "He is a selfish old man," said Cecil, caressing the dog, who gave utterance to a sort of doleful whining sound. "Poor animal! His foot is hurt. A blow from the bayonet has torn off the skin, and the bone is exposed." Cecil's thoughts were now entirely occupied with the poor dog, who had run to him for protection. He carried his little burden to a clear basin of water, and after having carefully washed the wound, he tore off the corner of his pocket handkerchief and bound it up.
The dog licked his hands and looked up to him with such an expression of so much gratitude that Cecil experienced a sweet satisfaction in having done a good act. The old gentleman's advice to fasten a string to the animal now recurred to Cecil, and he took the rest of his pocket-handkerchief and put it around the dog's neck. If people walking in the Tuileries had thought a little less of themselves and a little more of others, without doubt some of the number would have been struck by the little pantomime which was enacted at this moment between Cecil and his dog. They were both seated on the grass, one in front of the other, and gazing in each other's face with an expression which was truly sad and touching. The dog appeared to say, "You who have saved and protected me, do not abandon me." And in Cecil's blue eyes might be read, "Poor animal, forsaken like me, what will become of us both?" And, as if both were drawn together by the same feelings, the child put his arm around the dog's neck, and the dog wagged his tail and licked the hand which caressed him. It was a beautiful picture. Though Cecil was 12 years old, he was so small and delicate that he looked at least 2 or 3 years younger. His countenance was pale and sickly-looking. His features were fine and intellectual, his mouth rather scornful, but in his face might be read the most exquisite sensibility, the most tender and elevated feelings. His eyes were of a clear blue, with a sad and softly insinuating expression. His dress was neat and even elegant. His little plaited shirt was trimmed with lace. A silk handkerchief was tied around his neck. His pantaloons were of nankin, his coat of a fine blue cloth, and his feet were neatly dressed with nice and glazed shoes. He had the appearance of a rich child who was waiting for his father or mother, from whom he had only strayed for a moment. The dog was a little black spaniel, with one white spot on his breast, one on each foot, and at the end of his tail his hair was long and silky, and his ears were so long that they almost swept the ground. Cecil and his dog were still gazing at each other when the beating of the drums made them start. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 2 cents worth of bread. It was the signal for closing the gates. Cecil remembered the advice of the overseer of the Tuileries, and, taking his dog under his arm, with his book and his cousin's letter, he followed the crowd towards the gate, which opened onto Castiglione Street. "I will have courage," he said to himself while walking along. "I am better off than Robinson Crusoe. There is nothing in his desert island, but here there is everything," added he, going down De la Paix Street and gazing in astonishment at the windows of the beautiful and brilliantly lighted shops. "Everything," repeated he. If the deserted island on which Robinson was cast had been thus provided, truly such a large volume would not have been made of his misfortunes. But I forgot that I was hungry, and have only eaten a small piece of bread and 2 pears this morning." Just at this moment he passed by an eating-house, but he did not think of going in. Brought up in the country where the customs were plain and old-fashioned, he had only heard the Parisian eating-houses spoken of as places where several persons met to dine together and make merry. He was sad and lonely, and anything like gaiety for the present had no attraction for him. So he walked on. Next he came to a large hotel, the door of which was open. He stopped before it and looked wistfully into the courtyard.
"If they see me, probably they will ask me to come in," he said,
and unconsciously he advanced a few steps. Servants were running backwards and forwards, some carrying dishes towards the steps. Others were currying horses and harnessing them to the wagons. But nobody noticed Cecil. Nobody asked him to come in. In his artlessness and ignorance of the world, he was astonished. Then, supposing that this neglect only arose from their not perceiving him, he walked a few steps farther into the courtyard. An old woman, who was standing before a door above which was written, "Inquire of the doorkeeper," cried out to him,
"For who are you looking, my little gentleman?"
"Nobody, my good woman," replied Cecil, delighted to have somebody notice him, and he walked directly up to her.
"What do you want, then? And why do you come in?"
continued the woman so sharply that the poor child stumbled in retreating. But he quickly recovered himself and took courage to say,
"I thought, seeing me there, you would invite me to come in, madame."
The woman opened her eyes and stared at the child as if she did not understand what he had said. Cecil continued,
"You see, madame, that I am very tired and hungry."
"Our house is not a public inn for travelers. Go further on, my little one, go! I tell you this is not the place you seek," said the woman, accompanying her words with many gestures. But seeing that Cecil did not hasten to obey her, she took him by the shoulders and pushed him with great violence. "Oh," said he, turning down the first street he came to, "what a rude woman!" And walking on, he arrived at a baker's shop.
"They will surely give me a piece of bread here,"
thought he, entering. A young girl was seated behind the counter.
"Miss,"
he said hesitatingly, for the doorkeeper's behavior had made him distrustful,
"will you give me a piece of bread?"
"With pleasure, my little gentleman," said the girl, rising quickly, and taking down a large loaf, she added, smiling kindly, "But before I cut it, tell me, how much do you want?"
"How much? That is, as you please, miss,"
replied Cecil gaily, and almost devouring the bread, of which he was in so much need, with his eyes. "Forsooth, that is all the same to me, my little gentleman," replied the girl. "Do you wish 2 or 3 cents worth?"
"Do you mean to make me pay for it?"
inquired the child with such ludicrous earnestness that the girl burst out laughing.
"Do you suppose that I am going to give it to you for nothing?"
"Amanda!" screamed a loud voice from behind a grating, where Cecil perceived a fat woman writing in a large account book. "Why do you amuse yourself in that manner with the customers, instead of helping them immediately what they want? Cut 2 cents worth of bread for the child, and if that is not enough, cut him 4 cents worth." The girl obeyed. "Here is 2 cents worth," said she, presenting him with the bread with one hand and holding out the other for the money. Cecil felt in his pocket and blushed as he drew out only 1 cent. It was all he had in the world.
"That is all I have," he said tremblingly,
his eyes filling with tears, and glancing at the bread, which was not sufficient to satisfy his appetite, and which he dreaded to see cut in 2. "There, take it," said the amiable girl, giving him the whole piece, and looking fearfully towards the grating, she dropped Cecil's cent into the money drawer. The poor child seized the bread, and seating himself on the sidewalk near the baker's shop, for he had no strength to go further, he began to eat it with great eagerness. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. A Name for the Dog. Cecil was still eating when, by the reflection of the lamps from the shop, he noticed the dog, who was looking up to him in a most expressive manner. At every mouthful he swallowed, the dog would wag his tail and draw nearer to his new master. Then, seeing there was nothing for him, he would sit down again, on his hind legs, and, with his tongue hanging out of his mouth, look so disappointed that Cecil was moved, and exclaimed, "Poor animal! He is hungry also. I have not too much for myself, but no matter, we will share it. I have suffered enough from hunger today not to have pity on others." And, after this reflection, with every mouthful Cecil ate himself, he gave one to the dog. The poor animal expressed his delight by jumping, wagging his tail, and crouching at the feet of his new master. Then, standing on his hind legs, his forefeet elevated, he appeared ready to dance the cachuca. Cecil encouraged him, saying, "Give me your hand." The dog obeyed, first presenting one paw, then the other, with such grace that Cecil was enchanted. "What shall I call you?" said Cecil, but the dog could not answer. And he recommenced his tricks, barking, turning around, and alternately presenting his paws and withdrawing them. "I wish very much to know your name, my poor friend," said Cecil, again speaking to the dog as if he could understand him, "for you are now my only companion, my companion in misfortune, both of us wanderers in this great city of Paris, as Robinson was on his desert island. I am Robinson, and you are my man Friday. You are black like him, but he could speak, and you cannot say a word. Let me see, will you answer to the name Friday? No, you do not understand me. That is a pity, for, besides you, I have nobody here to whom I can talk. Can this be a city which so much resembles a desert island? I do not know to whom I can apply for hospitality. The people will perhaps make me pay for a bed, as they did for the bread we have just been eating together. But I have no more money. Neither have you. Have you? Poor friend, you cannot be of any use to me. I remember the fable of the lion and the mouse, where it said, 'One has sometimes need of a smaller than oneself.' But it does not follow, as a matter of course, that the one smaller than oneself must be a dog. No matter, be quiet. I will not forsake you. I will take you and love you. I will tell you my thoughts, and you will console me. Meanwhile, I should like to find a name for you. It troubles me not to know what to call you. Wicked cousin, who left me all alone. Here it is night, and where can I sleep? Fortunately, it is not cold, but the ground is hard. If only I had the ground itself, it would not be so bad, but these paving stones are none of the softest. Where is Augustus now? No doubt gone back to Bordeaux, for I remember his engaging a seat in the diligence, which must have been for himself. Oh, the unfeeling fellow! Come nearer to me, little dog, that I may tell you what my cousin did. But no, it is too bad. I will not tell anyone the wickedness of my uncle's son. My poor uncle, who was so good to me, and loved me so much that Augustus was jealous. Let us talk of other things, my dog. Let us find a name for you. That will make me forget my grief." And with this versatility of spirit natural to children of his age, Cecil tried to recall all the names of dogs he had ever heard. Then he pronounced them, one by one, distinctly, all the while watching for the slightest sign or movement of the dog's ears, which might express recognition. The first name he thought of was Valiant, implying, no doubt, that the dog was courageous in fighting the wolves, which were very numerous in the woods surrounding Bordeaux. He repeated, "Valiant, Valiant," several times, varying the tone of his voice, but the spaniel took no notice. The dogs of Bordeaux being uppermost in his mind, he called out in succession, "Diana, Castor, Pollux, Beauty, Turk, Caesar!" But none of these names appeared to belong to the little spaniel. Cecil thought, perhaps, the dogs in Paris had different names for those in Bordeaux. Immediately his uncle's journey to Paris recurred to his mind, for you must know, my dear reader, that this journey had been the most remarkable event in Mr. Thomas's life, and from the time of its occurrence until his death 2 years afterwards, it had been almost his only subject of conversation. All the names of dogs that Cecil could remember as connected with his uncle's narrations were Moloch, Florence, and Tycho, but to none of these did the little spaniel answer. At this moment a gentleman in a blue greatcoat and a three-cornered hat passed by Cecil, whistling to a large greyhound, which he called Fox. The spaniel made one bound as if to run toward the gentleman, but immediately returned and crouched down at Cecil's feet with a joyful whine. "Oh, is your name Fox?" exclaimed Cecil with pleasure. The dog wagged his tail in token of assent. "Well, Fox," added he, "we have supped, but we have nothing to drink, and I am very thirsty. Are you thirsty?" The dog, as if he understood, ran down a street, continually looking back to see if his master followed. The gentleman in the blue greatcoat walked slowly behind them. Fox conducted Cecil in this manner to a place where several streets crossed, in the middle of which rose a beautiful fountain. Fox drank out of the basin, and Cecil from one of the spouts. "Thank you," said Cecil. "I gave you bread, and you have given me water, so we are quits. Now we will remain here and sleep, for I am weary." Cecil had laid himself down upon the ground, when the gentleman in the greatcoat, who had not lost sight of him for a moment, approached and said, "What are you doing here all alone at this hour? Do you know that it is late, my little friend?" "You see, sir, that I am playing with my dog," replied Cecil without moving. "I thought that you were a lost child," said the stranger, "but I perceive by your dress that I must be mistaken." Cecil, at the word lost, started involuntarily, and yet refrained from making any exclamation. When the gentleman had ceased speaking, the child asked, with an air which might have been taken for one of curiosity, but which was really one of anxiety, "Well, and if I had been a lost child, what would you have done, sir?"
"I would have asked where you lived, and taken you home."
"You are very good, then," said Cecil, rising and approaching his interrogator.
"It is my business to take care of lost children."
"Your business is to take home all the children who lose their way? What do you call yourself?" exclaimed Cecil.
"I am the town crier."
"Town crier?" repeated Cecil. "But I had thought, sir, that some of these poor children had no homes."
"Then," said the town crier, who was amused by Cecil's prattling, "as all children without homes are beggars or vagrants, I take them to prison."
"But could there not be some children who had no homes, and yet were neither beggars nor vagrants, sir? If, for example, a little boy were lost by his big cousin, who wished to get rid of him?" inquired Cecil, a little agitated.
The town crier smiled and replied, "Then the big cousin must have been a very bad cousin."
"But what if it were so, sir?"
"I should take the little cousin to prison, because nobody is permitted to sleep in the streets, but the prison is neither very dark nor very gloomy. Then the little cousin would be questioned. If he had parents, they would be written to, and asked if they would own him. If his parents would not own him, then the child would be placed in a house, where very good care would be taken of him, and he would be taught a trade."
"Would it not be like a prison there?" asked Cecil.
"Not at all, my little friend. At first he could not go out, he would not be free to do as he chose, and a little boy like you would not be allowed to have such a pretty dog for a companion."
Cecil thought a moment, then said,
It is not permitted to sleep in the streets," as if this had particularly struck him. "Well, that is strange. Poor forsaken Robinson, on his desert island, at least had this liberty. I thank you, sir, and bid you a good evening," added he, taking his dog under his arm and walking away from the town crier. No doubt, thought Cecil, there are other privileges in Paris for deserted children, which should compensate for not being able to sleep in the streets. But I at least am 100 times more perplexed here than was ever Robinson Crusoe. Where shall I sleep? All the doors are closed, and if I knock, I shall perhaps be as badly treated as I was by the doorkeeper of the hotel near the Tuileries. And I do not like to be insulted. If I should find a deserted house, it would suit me admirably, and Fox also. Would it not, my little dog?" Cecil looked up to see whither he had strayed. He perceived on his right 2 unfinished houses, and a scaffolding in front of them, before which a small lamp was burning, that emitted a black and disagreeable smoke. "Here is just the place for us," exclaimed he, joyfully. 2 houses without doors or windows, and probably no tenants, nobody to speak to us or refuse us admittance. Come, let us go in." But the poor child was deceived, for he had hardly advanced 2 steps under the scaffolding when an enraged voice screamed out, "Who is here?" Cecil's courage failed him. "Somebody to turn me away again," said he, sorrowfully. The poor wanderer raised his tearful eyes to heaven, and falling down on his knees, with clasped hands, uttered these words, "O Almighty God, who art in heaven, have pity on me! What will become of me if I can find neither a bed to lie on, nor food to eat? O God, give me strength and instruction what to do. My poor uncle always told me that heaven would aid me. I do not ask for better succor than from thee, my heavenly Father, but do not let them put me in prison. I have read of children who work to support their parents. I wish for nothing better than to work for myself. But how shall I get employment? O Almighty Father, I place my trust in thee. Have mercy on the poor forsaken child. Another Robinson, but 1,000 times more to be pitied in Paris than the real Robinson on the desert island." His prayer was here interrupted by the same voice, again calling out, and still more crossly, "Who is there?" Fox answered by growling. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Langdon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 The Invalid. "There is, then, somebody here?" added the voice, which was followed by the sound of an approaching crutch, and in a moment a cripple, dressed in uniform, stood before Cecil. "It was you, you little urchin, making all that noise, was it?" demanded the old soldier. "I did not think I made much noise," said Cecil, sorrowfully. "If it was not you, it was your dog, then, that woke me from my sleep. One cannot sleep quietly for a single hour in this great Louis street." "Oh, if you can sleep at all, you are very fortunate!" exclaimed Cecil. "But I tell you I cannot sleep. You see very well that I cannot sleep, you little monkey. If I had a dog like yours I might sleep, for he would keep watch for me. But the street sweepers poisoned mine last week. My poor Austerlitz. I had forgotten to muzzle him, and, in his old age, he had grown greedy. I warned him repeatedly not to touch the little meatballs thrown about in the streets, but I might as well have talked to my wooden leg. He did not heed me. He saw one of the poisoned balls in his way and tasted it. Poor Austerlitz! He came and died in my arms. He was my friend, my only friend. We met each other, both wounded, in the battle, after which I named him. I bound up his wounds. He licked mine. And from that time we have, as the song says, together glided down the stream of life until last Friday afternoon at 3:30, when Austerlitz died. Will you sell me your dog, my little monkey, or give it to me, rather? For it would be difficult to pay for it, as you see my purse is at present empty. But give him to me. It will afford me much pleasure. I will call him Austerlitz, and even a dog should be proud of that glorious name. What do you say?"
"I say, sir, that I will make you a proposition. This dog is not mine, and I can neither give nor sell him to you. But if you will let him and me sleep here with you, we will both keep watch."
"That will do, my fine little boy. That will do. Come in. The sleeping apartment is fresh and clean. The 4 walls will serve for bed curtains, and heaven for the ceiling. The bed is not to be despised. It is of granite, which is very costly. Everything is elegant, and has never been used. We may not always have such good accommodations. Have you supped? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry?"
"Alas," said Cecil, ashamed of his distressed situation, "since this morning I have only eaten a little bread."
"Poor child!" said the old soldier kindly. "There, take the remainder of this cold veal, which was given to me by a charming little girl who lives just by here, and there is some bread. But, bless me, when I have wine I can never leave a drop. It is a habit I got into in the wars. If you want some water, I believe there is some in the pitcher. I say believe, for except to wash my hands and moustaches, I never make use of the pure element. Thunder and lightning! How the little monkey devours everything!"
"Did you wish to save some for tomorrow?" interrupted Cecil, coloring at the remark, and suddenly ceasing to eat.
"Save some for tomorrow? Nonsense! Eat away, my young hero. Old Father Latouille is not sufficiently sure of ever seeing tomorrow to lay up anything for the future. Son of a soldier, and born on the day of a battle, I have grown up in the midst of battles, doubting every day whether the next would not be my last. This leg has made me a half-pay officer, and I am now numbered among the king's invalids. By the by, little monkey, I am talking away like an old magpie, without inquiring how such a nicely dressed and genteel little boy as you are happened to be wandering about the streets of Paris, dying of hunger, and without a home."
Cecil was preparing to gratify the old man's curiosity, when a second thought made him change his mind, and he said, "I cannot tell you about it, sir. It is too horrible."
"Can it be possible that you have done something horrible, with that sweet and sinless face?" exclaimed Father Latouille.
"It is not I who did something horrible, sir. It was my cousin. My cousin is a son of a dead uncle, who was the best man on earth, and it would have grieved him so much if he knew that I told anybody of his son's wickedness. It is on that account I cannot tell you about it, sir."
"If they did not tell us our duty more clearly in the regiment than you have related the history of your cousin, there would be few soldiers capable of fulfilling their trust. But sleep will do you good, so good night."
Saying these words, the cripple went behind a little tent, ingeniously formed of linen suspended on beams of the unfinished house. Cecil laid himself on a bundle of hay, with Fox at his feet. A few minutes afterwards, Cecil's troubles were lost in the sweet and refreshing slumber which visits the pillow of youth and innocence. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Workman. Cecil was awakened at daybreak by his dog's loud barking, and, starting up, he beheld Fox looking half threateningly, half fearfully, at a crowd of workmen. "Here, Father Latouille!" screamed one of the workmen. "What does all this mean? Who are these new tenants who cannot wait until a house is finished before they come to occupy it?" "Well, what is the matter?" said Father Latouille, raising the cloth of his tent a little and looking toward Cecil, who still lay on his straw bed. "These new tenants, I gave them shelter, and where is the harm?" "There is no harm, Father Latouille, no harm at all," replied one of the workmen, who had before spoken, and who appeared to be the foreman. "But allow me to say, notwithstanding, Father Latouille, that instead of giving shelter to this little rogue, you might better have taken him back to his parents, who must be very uneasy on his account." "I have no parents, Mr. Workman," said Cecil, rising and shaking off the bits of straw from his hair. "No father or mother?" inquired the foreman. "I only had an uncle, and he is dead, sir," said Cecil, wiping away a tear which rolled down his cheek. "No father and no mother!" exclaimed all the masons, surrounding the little deserted child. "And no home? And you do not know where to sleep at night? Where did your uncle live? What did he do? Did he not leave any property?" These questions followed one another in such rapid succession that Cecil had no opportunity to reply. Father Latouille interrupted them all with his favorite exclamation. "Thunder and lightning! If you ask so many questions at once, how do you expect the boy to answer them? Listen, comrades, to his story." Cecil, who during all these questions had appeared bewildered, now spoke. "I was born in Bordeaux. I arrived in Paris yesterday morning. An hour afterwards I was alone. Now I am a poor forsaken child. This is my history." "Forsaken? By whom?" asked all the masons at once. "I cannot tell you that, gentlemen, for it would do him injury. If you should meet him on the street, you would throw stones at him. And besides, it would pain his father very much, who was very good, and who is now in heaven with the good God. No, I cannot tell you." "Well, this is a strange child," said all the men, looking at one another. "He has been ill-treated and abandoned, and he will not tell by whom." "Oh," said one of the workmen, "it was because he has nothing to tell. He is a little rogue who has run away from his parents."
"And why should I have run away from my parents?" asked Cecil, the blood mounting to his cheeks.
"Because you did something naughty, and were afraid of being whipped."
"I wish that were the truth," said Cecil. "Yes, I wish it were so. I would much rather have a home to go to, with the chance of getting a whipping as soon as I entered the house, than not to have a home at all."
"Then why will you not tell the truth?"
"Listen," said Cecil, who, indignant at being misjudged, had become quite energetic. "If you, sir, had a brother, a cousin, or any relation who had done a wicked action, you would not tell of it, would you?"
"No," they all answered, "but we would punish him for it."
"Very well. I cannot punish him because I am smaller than he, and besides he is far away. But, notwithstanding all that, I am his victim."
"What can we do for him?" consulted the men together. "He probably does not know where to get any breakfast this morning."
"That is very true," said Cecil.
"For his breakfast this morning, comrades," said one of the workmen to the others, "let us each give him a small portion of ours, and that will make him a good meal." "That is just like Bourguignon," said his neighbor. "He only thinks of the present moment. When the poor child has breakfasted, how is he to get any dinner or supper?" "We will give him some of ours again, Pottevin," said Bourguignon. "But we cannot provide for him always," replied Pottevin.
If he were only strong enough, he could commence an apprenticeship." "True, we cannot provide for him always," repeated the invalid. "If only he were big enough, he could enter the army." "Well, we must find out what he can do," replied the foreman. But, just as they were preparing to examine him, a wagon stopped before the house, from which a gentleman alighted. The workmen quickly dispersed, all of them seizing their various tools, and in an instant they were busily employed, leaving Cecil and his dog to themselves. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Architect Who is Looking for a Groom. "Not yet at work?" said the gentleman from the wagon angrily, for he had not been duped by the sudden industry of the workman. "I will explain the whole affair to you, Mr. Dumont," replied the foreman. "We quite forgot ourselves while listening to this poor child, whose history is so interesting that he has nearly made fools of us all and set us blubbering." "And pray what is his history?" questioned Mr. Dumont, glancing at Cecil, who bashfully hung down his head. "We don't exactly know, sir, but it's all one. It's very interesting, I can tell you." At this juncture the old soldier stepped forward and said, "Sir, when this good man says he don't know the child's history, he partly speaks the truth and partly he does not speak the truth. Take a pinch of snuff, sir. What? You don't use any? I beg your pardon." He then, in a few words, explained in what manner he had found the boy, and repeated everything which Cecil had told him, as well as his reasons for not mentioning the name of the relation by whom he was abandoned. "Nonsense! A parcel of lies! The little vagabond! A little hypocrite!" muttered the architect, glancing suspiciously at the child, who, to conceal his confusion, commenced caressing his dog. "What is your name?" demanded Mr. Dumont abruptly. "Cecil Ferdinand." "And you have no father, no mother, no relations, nobody to take care of you?" Cecil hid his face on the neck of the dog to conceal the tears that sprang to his eyes. "And you were abandoned yesterday morning in the Tuileries, and you do not choose to say by whom?" Cecil shook his head mournfully. "What do you know how to do?" "Nothing, sir," replied the child with a sigh that was half a sob. "Your parents, then, did not teach you anything?" "Oh, yes, sir, that they did, a great many things," replied Cecil with animation. "My uncle had taught me to read and to write, and I have studied geography and arithmetic, and a little Latin, and I have learned to play upon the violin and to dance, and—" "Your uncle, then, was rich?" "I do not know, sir, but the house was full of fine things, and we never wanted anything." "And your uncle is dead?" Cecil bowed his head, for he could not command his voice to reply. A momentary silence ensued. The architect was attentively scanning the delicate features and fragile appearance of the young orphan. "How old are you?" asked he at length.
12 years old, sir."
"Can you ride on horseback?"
"Yes, sir," replied Cecil proudly, "with stirrups and without stirrups. My uncle had plenty of horses at his country seat."
"You are a fine-looking little fellow. You would make an excellent groom. Will you enter my service?"
"No, sir," replied Cecil determinedly.
"Hoity-toity! And why do you object, pray?"
"Because I do not choose to be a servant."
"You do not, eh? I suppose you prefer being a lazy little beggar," answered the architect in an angry tone. "Very well, be off. Go about your business at once, and take care that I don't set eyes upon you again, or I shall have you taken up as a vagrant and put in prison."
"Oh, sir!"
exclaimed Cecil, clasping his hands imploringly together. "Pray, for pity's sake, do not do that. I am not lazy. I am not a vagabond. I would not be your servant, but if you will give me some work, I will do what I can. I will carry stones or lime. I will help the masons, learn to be a mason. But I cannot be your servant. Indeed, sir, I feel as though I ought not to be." "You little fool! It is much easier to be a groom than a mason. A servant has very little to do." "I do not care for that, sir. I cannot be a servant." "But you will have nothing to do but ride behind my carriage or on my horses." "Then I should only learn idle habits, and I should be obliged to associate with the servants, which my uncle always forbade me to do, and I should become— No, no, sir, I cannot be your groom." "Enough said on the subject. Go, be off, and take care that I do not catch you. Do you hear me? Go, I tell you." The architect lifted his cane with a menacing air, and Cecil, making a sign for the dog to follow him, bowed to Mr. Dumont, and said, with more dignity than could have been expected from a child, "Do not strike me, sir. I am not your servant. Therefore you have no right to strike me." Cecil had not walked a great distance before a "hist, hist," which proceeded from behind him, made him turn his head. The old soldier hobbled towards him and said, "Here is some bread which the workman sent you. You are a noble boy. You spoke as a gentleman's son should have done. If you can't find a place to sleep tonight, come back here." "I cannot do that," said Cecil. "That wicked man has threatened to have me taken up, but I thank you from my heart." He took the enormous slice of brown bread which his friend offered him, and proceeded on his way. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. A Promenade in Paris. Once more the young orphan found himself alone in the streets of Paris. In one hand he held the string which was fastened around his dogs' necks, in the other the slice of bread. Beneath his arm he carried his little book containing the memoirs of Robinson Crusoe. "The first thing that Robinson did in his desert island," said Cecil to himself, "was to make the rounds and see where he was." And with these words he commenced eating his bread, occasionally throwing small bits to his dog, and gazing in at the windows of the beautiful shops that he met at every step. "Surely I shall never starve in this Paris, where there are bakers and confectioners, and eating-houses at every block. And as for a place to sleep in, surely I can find lodgings where there are so many beautiful houses with all the doors thrown invitingly open. As for the people, they don't look much as if they would eat me up, as poor Robinson Crusoe feared the cannibals would eat him. Courage! Courage!" And he stopped before a tailor's store. The tailor, who happened to be standing in front of his shop, looked at him and said, "If you want new clothes, young gentleman, come in. We keep a superior quality here." "Thank you, sir," replied Cecil, delighted with the courteous mien of the storekeeper. "My coat is quite new, but when it is worn out I shall certainly come here." "That is right. We will suit you, my little friend. No fear, but we will suit you." Cecil walked a little further, and was stopped by a man who was selling canes. "Look at this cane, young sir. A little cane would suit you well. Try this one. It is small and pliable. It looks as if it was made for you. You may have it for a mere trifle, almost nothing." Thank you kindly," replied Cecil. "I will not take one today." And he passed on.
Emboldened by the pleasant manners of the two merchants, he walked confidently into a large hotel, for it was about midday, and the sun pained his head. "What do you want here?" called out the doorkeeper. "The sun is very warm," said Cecil, bowing politely. "Could you not permit me to rest here for a few moments?" "Be off with you, you little vagabond," replied the man, closing the door in the child's face. Cecil was lost in wonder, and stood gazing at the closed door some minutes without seeming to realize that it was really shut. "No matter," he thought at last. "I shall not find all the world in such a bad humor as this old man." At a short distance from the hotel stood a booth, the counter of which contained numerous delicacies, and various enough in their kinds to please every palate. On the step of the booth stood a young man, who looked as though he had not despised his own dainties. Cecil stopped immediately in front of the man, and looked up into his face without daring to speak. "Do you want something to eat, my little friend?" asked the man. "Oh, yes, sir. I have eaten nothing to-day but a piece of bread this morning." Come in, and take a choice of these niceties," said the man, in the most amiable manner possible. "But I must tell you beforehand," said Cecil, "that I have no money, not a cent." "Then what business have you here?" replied he, the smile instantly vanishing from his countenance. "I am an unfortunate child who has been abandoned by his guardian in this city," replied Cecil. "I am tired and warm and very hungry." "I am very sorry for you," answered the man coolly. "There is something for you. Take it. Go. Don't stop the passage." When Cecil saw the single cent which accompanied these words, his cheeks flushed, and he could hardly restrain his indignation. "I am not a beggar, sir. I did not ask for money," said he. "You will get nothing here, so make yourself scarce." Cecil obeyed and walked on, but he was so fatigued that his legs trembled beneath him, and even the dog drooped his ears and let his tail drop between his legs, while his tongue hung from his mouth. As he was traversing the boulevards, which is one of the widest and gayest streets in Paris, Cecil observed a number of chairs standing upon the sidewalk beneath the shade of some fine old trees. Hastily advancing towards them, he threw himself upon the nearest one, too exhausted, faint, and sick at heart even to look around him. Hardly was he seated before an old woman placed herself in front of him, silently extending her hand. "What do you wish?" asked Cecil.
2 cents for your chair, to be sure."
"What? You have 50 empty chairs here, and you will not let me occupy one without paying you?"
"Certainly not. Your 2 cents, if you please, young master."
"I have not 2 cents," replied Cecil, without stirring.
"Then sit upon the ground,"
said the woman, shaking the chair upon which Cecil was resting so violently that he could with difficulty retain his place. "You are not a good woman," said Cecil, rising.
"I am the mistress of these chairs,"
replied the woman, quietly seating herself in the very chair Cecil had vacated.
"He's got no money, and he sits down like a prince. Come and sit here, little friend,"
said a childish voice with a very provincial accent. Cecil turned around, and he saw a little boy, so begrimed with dirt that at first he thought he must be a Negro. The urchin was seated upon the steps of a large eating-house, and a young monkey rested upon his shoulder. Cecil was so tired that he gladly accepted the invitation, and placed himself beside the boy. Vox curled himself between Cecil's feet, and the children soon entered into conversation. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, Translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The First Lesson in Industry.
"You look very tired and quite down in the mouth,"
began the master of the monkey.
"Oh, if I was only in a desert island like Robinson Crusoe!"
exclaimed Cecil. His new acquaintance burst into a fit of laughter, and when his merriment subsided, he said,
"What do you want to be in a desert island for? Do you want to starve to death?" "Have you read Robinson Crusoe?"
was Cecil's question in reply.
"I have never read a line in my life. Why, I can't read. But what is Robinson Crusoe?" "This little book tells all about him. He was a little boy who was left on a desert island all alone. That was a pretty pickle to be in, certainly. And I suppose he died." "No, he didn't, though. He made out very well, and he formed a colony and became a chief, and he did a great many wonderful things."
"Oh, now I understand it. It is a fairy tale."
"No, it is not. It is a true story." "But how can it be? I know what a desert island is well enough, for I heard a man talking to my father about one. It is a place where there is no houses and no people. And how can one live where there are no houses and no people? But for all that, I would rather have been abandoned on a desert island where there are no people than in this great Paris where there are so many cruel people."
"Oh, what nonsense you talk!"
"Nonsense? Nonsense indeed," said Cecil, rousing himself. "If I was on a desert island, like Robinson Crusoe's, I could do what I pleased. I could sit down where I pleased, and sleep where I pleased, and eat where I pleased, and— But what will you get to eat? Listen, and I will tell you all about it. This Robinson Crusoe was left upon a desert island, where he made himself a little grotto, and slept quite well, I assure you. And he planted trees around his grotto, and he shot birds, and he made snares for rabbits and fish, and made himself clothes out of the skins of wild beasts, and one day he found a negro, and he made him his servant, and oh, I would 1,000 times rather be on such an island than here. Would not you?"
"No, that I would not. I like Paris."
"And what do you like Paris for?"
"Because here one can work."
"Work? Work?" he repeated. "And can you work?" "What a queer question! How else could I live?" "But what work can you do? You are such a little fellow."
"Why, in the winter I sweep chimneys, and in the summer I carry about this little monkey, and I can make him dance and cut up capers, and—"
"But you said you work. How do you work? That is not working. I am larger than you, and I could work in earnest."
"To be sure."
"But what could I do? I could not sweep chimneys. I should break my neck. I could teach you, but then you would have nothing to do in the summer, and you are so nice and clean, I don't believe your mother would like to see you all smutted with soot." "Ah, but I have no mother, and no father neither," replied Cecil, ready to burst into tears.
"Then why did you come to the city? Look at me. My father and mother are poor as they can be, but they have 10 children. I am the second. My eldest brother is a boot-black. Oh, he makes a deal of money, I can tell you."
"And he gives you some?"
"Not he. He sends money to my mother, and I make money for myself by my little monkey."
"I wish I had a monkey," said Cecil.
"You have got a dog." "But dogs are too common now. They don't do as well as monkeys. But, you know, you could beg."
"That I would not do for all the world."
"Well, can't you sing? This great house behind us is a coffee house, and rich people go there to dine. If you could only sing, and were not afraid, you might make some money there. But look,
That is my big brother yonder. He wants me. Good-bye. I hope to see you again." The little boy got up, taking his monkey in his arms, and was soon lost in the crowd, and once more poor Cecil felt alone in the world. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Remnants of the Chicken, the Piece of Bread, and the Glass of Water. For several hours Cecil sat motionless upon the steps of the eating-house. At length one of the waiters approached him and said, "What are you doing here, little boy?" "Nothing," replied Cecil dolefully. "Then go about your business." "But will you not let me rest here, sir?" said Cecil, in a tone of half-querulous despair. "Certainly not. It is just the hour for dinner, and we cannot permit the steps of the house to be encumbered by lounging children. Come, get up." Cecil rose. The dog did the same, and the two wanderers, looking at each other with an air that seemed to say, "Where shall we go now?" walked away. As though indistinctly desirous of leading the way and of protecting his master, the dog walked in front of Cecil. At last they came to a coffee-house, before which the dog paused, apparently to inhale the grateful odor of the viands. Cecil followed his example. Before the boy could foresee his dog's intention, Fox threw himself against the half-open door and disappeared into the long entry. "Fox! Fox! Where are you going?" shouted Cecil, but the dog did not return. "As soon as the people in this house see poor Fox, they will chase him out of doors. Therefore I may as well wait for him here," thought Cecil, as he seated himself on the doorstep. Meanwhile, Fox had made his way to the kitchen. He was so small and so black that for some time he ran about unperceived, licking up the gravy that now and then flowed from some carelessly held dish, or appeasing his hunger with small bits that had been flung beneath the table. After a while a little boy who was assisting one of the cooks caught sight of him. "Oh, look at that pretty little dog!" exclaimed he. "Where does he come from? Here, doggy, doggy!" Attracted by the childish voice, Fox leaped upon the boy and fondly licked the hand which caressed him. At that moment one of the waiters placed upon the table a dish that contained the remnant of a chicken, saying, "Throw that away and wash the dish." The little boy left the dog to obey the order, but Fox followed him, wagging his tail and looking supplicatingly into his face, then glancing sideways at the dish and rubbing his nose against the urchin's hand. "Are you hungry, little dog?" said the boy, kindly, and presented the dish to him. "Here." The dog looked at the dish, then at the boy, and wagged his tail harder than before. "Take it," said the child, making an encouraging sign to the animal. The dog seized the piece of chicken between his teeth and ran from the kitchen. "Well, where are you going?" cried the boy. "Here, here." But the dog did not return, and desirous as his new friend was to follow him, he dared not abandon his post, and commenced washing the dishes. He had just made a large pile of them, when he felt something warm touching his feet, and looking down, beheld the little dog crouching beside him. "Well, there you are," said the delighted boy. "I suppose you want something more to eat?" The dog, as though he comprehended him, wagged his tail and looked up supplicatingly. "I've only got this piece of bread for you, little dog. Will you have it?" Fox caught at the offered bread, and again escaped from the kitchen. "What a queer little animal!" exclaimed the boy. "I wonder where he goes to devour what I give him." "What are you talking to yourself about, you little rascal?" demanded the head cook. "Oh, Mr. Chipart, a moment ago such a beautiful little dog ran in here, and he took the bits I gave him so politely, but he ran away to eat them. I can't think where." "If he comes back," said the cook,
Be sure you tell me. I dote upon a handsome dog."
"Oh, here he is!" shouted the boy in ecstasy.
Poor fellow, said the cook, leaving his work to take a nearer survey of the dog, who held his mouth open as though ready to take whatever might be offered to him. "Oh, what a pretty fellow! But he hangs his tongue out of his mouth. He must be thirsty. Baptiste, give him a drink. Take good care of him. I must go back to my fire. But take care of him, and see that he don't run away."
"Look, Mr. Chippart, he won't drink,"
said Baptiste, pointing at Fox with his finger, for the dog was standing by the table, looking from the water to the boy, and from the boy to the water, as though he would beg him to do something which was difficult to express. "Perhaps he wants to go and drink in the secret corner where he eats. Go carry the water wherever he pleases, but be sure you do not lose sight of him."
When Fox saw the little boy take up the bowl, he gave a leap for joy, ran towards the kitchen door, then back to the table beside which Baptiste stood, then flew to the door again. Finding the boy followed him, he sprang into the entry and led the way up the stairs, ever and anon looking back to see if Baptiste was behind.
End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. What Became of the Remnants of Chicken, the Piece of Bread, and the Glass of Water. We left Cecil seated upon the doorstep of the coffee-house, anxiously glancing at the passage through which his dog had disappeared, but not daring to enter. After some time had passed, Cecil almost despaired of again beholding his cherished dog, and began to feel sadder and more lonely than ever. Just as he was burying his face in his hands, he felt something brushing against him, and, turning, beheld Fox. The poor animal held something in his mouth, which he carefully laid on the knees of Cecil, briskly wagging his tail and licking his lips, as though he would say, "Eat, but don't forget me."
"Where did you get that?" inquired Cecil,
half unconsciously talking to the dog as though he could understand.
"Ah, you stole it, you little thief!"
Fox made a hasty movement, accompanied by a half growl, as though he was indignant at the accusation.
"Did anybody give it to you?" continued Cecil.
The silence of the dog seemed to answer affirmatively.
"It is a good bit of chicken," said
Cecil, looking at the meat without touching it.
"Very good indeed. As good as I ever ate at my uncle's table. But, Fox, I ought to have a piece of bread to eat with it."
The dog ran off as though he really had understood his master, and when he reappeared, it was with a piece of bread in his mouth. Cecil could not help kissing him, and said in a tone of full gratitude,
"Oh, if I am like Robinson Crusoe, you are my man Friday. Good Fox, dear Fox, charming little Fox. Now let us eat our dinner together."
Fox took his place in front of his master, and it was curious to see these two creatures, the one a rational being, the other hardly less so, although but a dumb brute, and both apparently gifted with intelligence and sensibility, dining together, dividing every morsel, and equally enjoying every mouthful.
"The bones are for you, and the flesh for me. The soft part of the bread for you, Fox, and the crust for me, Fox."
And then the two caressed one another, each in his own way. The hand of the child softly patted the back of the dog, and the tongue of the dog licked the hand of the child. They seemed like two dear friends who had been reared together, and yet a few hours before they had never seen each other. It was misfortune which had united them, misfortune which gives birth to more friendships than prosperity. Pleasure may bring persons together, but sorrow unites them. He who does not suffer may want a companion, but he who suffers needs a friend.
"Oh, I am very thirsty!" exclaimed Cecil, when the repast was finished.
Either the dog understood him, or he experienced the same sensation, for away he ran for a third time. Cecil did not sit listening long before he heard the padding of his dog's feet. But not them alone, for he clearly distinguished heavier steps, which accompanied those of little Fox.
"They are the steps of the master of the house," thought Cecil, in a panic of terror. "No doubt he is angry. He is coming to make me pay for the bread and the chicken. Oh, Holy Father, Thou who didst permit the dog to relieve my wants, protect me now!"
The steps approached, and Cecil tremblingly raised his eyes. Instead of a giant of a man, in a fearful passion, and raising a stout cane, which he expected to see, he beheld the delicate form and fresh laughing countenance of a child, neither larger nor stronger than himself, who held a bowl of water in his hands. When Baptiste saw a bone of the chicken in Cecil's hand, and observed that Fox had already curled himself up at the child's feet, he said,
"Then the bread and the chicken were for you, and the water also." "To be sure they were," replied Cecil, at once reassured, "for me and my darling Fox." "Well, that is funny. It is the queerest thing I ever heard of," said Baptiste, who, in his surprise, would have let fall the bowl of water, had not Cecil caught it. "Oh, what a dear, strange, faithful little dog!" exclaimed Baptiste, running back to the kitchen. Come and see, the strangest thing, the dear little fellow, come!"
And Baptiste disappeared from the kitchen, followed by a crowd of cooks and waiters, and several little boys who assisted them. "Well, what is it? What is it?" they all shouted at a time. But the noise ceased as they beheld Cecil, and the dog drinking from the bowl, which had just been taken from his lips. "Then it was to see you that Baptiste called us," said one of the cooks.
"Me and my dog," answered Cecil, beginning to get frightened. "Pray, do not be angry."
"Angry? What should we be angry about? What a pretty little dog it is! It won't bite, will it? But where do you come from, little boy? You cannot be a beggar, for you are too well clad. Why, then, should you be obliged to dine off the bits given to your dog?" Cecil hardly knew how to answer, but after a momentary silence he said,
"I am an unfortunate child, and have been abandoned in the streets of Paris. I dare not tell you by whom, and you must not ask me. All that I can say is, that I have eaten nothing today but a slice of bread and the bits which you gave to my dog."
"But why will you not tell us who abandoned you?" asked the chief cook.
"Because it was one of my own family, and it is not right to speak against one's own relations."
The men were on the point of questioning Cecil further, when a bell sounded, and the voice of the master of the house was heard calling them. In an instant they all fled, but Baptiste, as he hurried away, said, "Wait here a little while, and I shall return." Cecil waited, and in about an hour Baptiste again stood beside him, with an old basket in his hand. "Are you very fond of your dog?" said he, "so fond that you would not part with him?"
"So fond that I would as lief part with my eyes," replied Cecil.
"Then follow my advice. Take this basket and run away as fast as you can, for Mr. Chippart is determined to have the dog whether you will or no."
"My dog? But what right has he to it?"
asked Cecil indignantly.
"The right which strength gives. Do as I tell you. Take this basket. You will find something to eat and to drink in it. Quick, make your escape."
Alarmed at the idea that his dog, his only friend, might be taken from him by force, Cecil hastily took the basket, fastened the string around the neck of Fox, thanked Baptiste, and ran till he was out of sight of the house. It was now night, but the light from the gas lamps was so strong that he could see his way as well as by daylight. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15 The Little Schoolmaster. Cecil soon found himself within sight of the house where he had slept on the preceding night. His heart beat violently as he approached it. "Will the old soldier receive me?" he said to himself. "Oh, how dreadful it is not to know where to obtain a night's shelter! Augustus, Augustus, shall I find all the world as cruel as you?" Cecil knocked on the boards placed in front of the entrance. "Is it you, Austerlitz?" asked a feeble voice from within.
"Yes, good Father Latouille, it is Austerlitz, and little Robinson too. Will you receive both?"
"You are very late," said the old man, looking out.
"Then you expected me?" inquired Cecil in surprise.
"Certainly, my little friend. In a large town where the doors only open at the touch of silver, I knew that there was no shelter for empty pockets. Come in. Your little bed is ready. Here is your supper."
"Thank you, but I have something to eat along with me."
"Then keep it for breakfast. Now sit down, and tell me why you refuse to be Mr. Dumont's groom."
"Because my uncle did not educate me to become a servant."
"But you must live, and you must eat."
"Yes, and I must work too."
"Pray, what work could you do with those tender little hands of yours? But I am sleepy. We will talk tomorrow. Good night, little monkey. Tell Austerlitz to wake you early."
"That he shall do. Good night, my kind friend." In a few moments more, the invalid, Cecil, and Fox were all fast asleep. Cecil was awake before dawn, and lay still, reflecting on what he had better do. When the workmen came, he went to meet them, and said, but not without a blush, "Here I am again, and I wish I were a mason. Will you teach me to be a mason?"
"Poor little child," said one, "you are too feeble to become a mason."
"But I must live," returned Cecil.
"If you become a mason," said another one of the workmen, "it would be necessary for you to serve an apprenticeship, and to be an apprentice you must pay a certain sum."
"I have not a single cent," answered Cecil. "But if you will teach me what you know, I will teach you what I know."
"And what do you know?" asked the workman.
"I know how to play on the violin."
"But that would be of no use to me."
"I know how to write."
"But to write one must read. We do not even know how to spell."
"But I will teach you to read."
"Ah, that might do." "Do you hear that? Good gracious!" said the old soldier, in admiring astonishment. "What sense children have nowadays! The march of intellect is wonderful. Why, in my time, the idea of teaching my neighbor to read would never have entered into my head. As for that matter, I never knew how to read myself."
"I will teach you, good Mr. Invalid," said Cecil.
"Thank you, little monkey. I'm rather too old to learn, but since you know how to read, you shall read to me about the battles of my emperor."
"Comrades," said the mason who had been talking with Cecil,
"what do you say to the child's plan? He is too small and too feeble to learn our craft, but still we can be of service to him, and he to us. Many of us do not know how to read. He will teach us during our resting hours, and we will let him share our repast. Then Father Latouille can give him a bed, and in this matter he will have food and shelter for a month at least." The workmen agreed to their comrade's proposition, and, after breakfast, the self-constituted little schoolmaster gave them their first lesson out of his Adventures of Robinson Crusoe. The invalid then brought forth a large parcel of old newspapers, and said to Cecil, "Now come and read me all about these battles, little monkey. That will take me back to the good old times."
the good old times in which men fought and killed one another," said Cecil, laughing.
"Yes, little monkey, and when one was never sure in the morning of finding oneself whole at evening."
"And you call those good times, when one evening you found that you were not as whole as when you got up?" demanded Cecil, glancing at the old soldier's wooden leg.
"I would give my other leg to see those times again,"
said the invalid with enthusiasm. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Little Schoolmaster Loses His Scholars. The Masons who had received Cecil as their tutor were 10 in number. They were all of them young and old strangers, who were sojourning in Paris to finish the last year of their apprenticeship. For in France, the journeymen, before they are deemed competent to practice their craft, are obliged to make the tour of the country and work a specified time in each city. Every day Cecil gave them one lesson in the morning and another in the evening. He read the newspapers to the invalid, whose stock seemed inexhaustible, and the rest of the time he played with Fox, who hourly became more attached to his master. But a new affliction soon overwhelmed poor Cecil. The house was completed. There was no longer any need of the old soldier as guard, and the Mason scholars were ready to continue their tour. One bright Sunday morning, which Cecil expected to pass alone with his invalid friend, much to the surprise of the little boy, his 10 grown-up scholars presented themselves before him. "Good morning, little schoolmaster," said they, all of them shaking hands with him in turn. "What? Do you want to take a lesson on Sunday?" asked Cecil. "No, little schoolmaster," replied one of the troop. "We have come to bid you adieu forever." "Are you going?" inquired Cecil in alarm. "Yes. Tomorrow we must proceed on our journey, but with the permission of your good friend here, we wished you to pass the last day with us." "Take the child with you," said the invalid, "but be sure you do not make him drink. Why, the little rogue, how handsome he looks!" The 2 journeymen walked away together with Cecil and his dog in the midst of them. They proceeded gaily along the Champs-Elysees, and walked some distance beyond the barriers, until they came to a house, over which was written, "Journeyman's Coffee House." They entered, called for refreshments, and seated themselves at table. Although it was hardly midday when they took their places, it was night before any of them proposed to return to the city. Poor Cecil, in spite of their merry jest and evident enjoyment, felt lonely and dissatisfied. Their conversation was not suited to his capacities, and he had been reared in too much refinement to feel at home with his rough companions in their convivial hours. "Is it not almost time to return?" he ventured to say, as candles were placed upon the table before them. The journeyman paid no attention to his words, but one of them, who was considerably excited by wine, rose and addressed his comrades. "Comrades, a thought has struck me. The night is fresh and beautiful. We have all our bundles with us. Let us set off at once. In the month of August it is much pleasanter traveling by the light of the moon than beneath the rays of the burning sun." "Good, good!" they all replied in chorus. "Let us start at once." "And me? What will become of me?" asked Cecil in a plaintive tone.
"Ah, little schoolmaster, we quite forgot about you," said one of the masons, scratching his head. "What will we do with you? Let me see. I have it. Comrades, let us raise a subscription for our little schoolmaster. Here's a franc to begin with." All of the journeymen followed their leader's example, and placed a franc in Cecil's hand. "There, with that sum," said the first mason. "You might sail for America. Take the same road by which you came until you have passed the barriers. On the other side of the gates you will find a coach stand. Jump into a hack, and tell the coachman to drive you to Great Louis Street, number 24. What? You look at the money as though it would burn you, and don't take it? Why, you little fool, have you not earned it? Did you not teach us our letters and a great deal more? For nothing one gets nothing in this world, but every laborer merits his hire. This is yours. Put it in your pocket, and take good care it is not stolen from you. And now, good-bye. Shake hands, little schoolmaster. Give us your paw, Fox. Comrades, we are all ready. Let us be off." Cecil, with tears in his eyes, beheld their departure, and then, putting the 10 francs in his pocket, he set out, taking the road which led to Paris. Fox, who had eaten his fill, seemed not to comprehend the cause of his master's sadness, but gambolled about, every once in a while looking up at Cecil, as though he would inquire what was the matter. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Two Strangers. Cecil recrossed the barriers in safety, and walked up to the coach-stand. "How much will you ask to drive me to Great Louis Street?" demanded Cecil of the coachman. 30 cents, sir, and whatever you have the kindness to give me to drink your health with." Nothing sharpens the intellect so quickly as misfortune. Cecil had learnt more in the fortnight he had passed in Paris than in the 12 years during which he had lived in his uncle's luxurious mansion. 30 cents, he repeated to himself. I should then have only 8 francs and 10 cents left. With 30 cents I could buy a paper of tobacco for my dear old friend. That would please him greatly, and it is a much better way of spending the money than laying it out in coach hire. I can easily find my way. At all events, I have a tongue, and can inquire if I mistake the road. "Will you not ride, young master?" asked the coachman, holding open the door of his vehicle. "No, I believe not," replied Cecil, and passed on. At first Cecil felt sure he had taken the right road, but little by little he began to doubt. The buildings looked strange to him. He grew frightened, and at last became certain that he had lost his way. He was so much engrossed he had not observed that 2 men of the most unprepossessing mien were evidently following him, nor did he notice that the dog ran backwards and forwards uneasily and kept continually growling. Just as Cecil had reached one of the most unfrequented parts of the city, the 2 men separated. One advanced towards Cecil, walking on his right, and the other came up to him on his left. "Young sir," said the former, affecting a foreign accent, "can you tell me the way to Orleans Street?" "I am a stranger, sir," replied Cecil. "I was myself just going to inquire of you the way to Great Louis Street." The person on Cecil's left then spoke. "What do you wish to know, gentlemen?" "I wish to know the way to Orleans Street." "And I to Great Louis Street." "It is very fortunate, then, that you have met me, gentlemen. The 2 streets you desire to find are near each other, and I am obliged to pass them in order to reach my home. We will go together." "You are very kind," said the person who first accosted Cecil. "I have just arrived from America. I am very rich, and I will pay you handsomely. As for this young gentleman, I suppose he has not any money. Therefore—" "I beg your pardon," interrupted Cecil. "I have 10 francs in my pocket." "Have you been a long time in Paris?"
questioned the stranger. "Are your parents wealthy? How do you happen to be alone at this hour of the night?" Cecil frankly related his little history, and, while he spoke, the two strangers approached each other and conversed in a low tone. Had Cecil known more of the world, his suspicions would have been roused by their manner. As it was, he heard one of them say, "At all events, it will be 10 francs." And, looking up to him with an innocent expression of countenance, he inquired, "What did you say about 10 francs?" "I was only proposing to give this gentleman 10 francs for his trouble in conducting us home." Cecil was on the point of saying that even the coachman had charged less than that, but he was afraid of wounding the feelings of the gentleman by placing him on an equality with a hack driver. He therefore remained silent, but for the first time remarked the restlessness of his dog, who seemed anxious to lead his master in a different direction. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Poor Blind Man. As they passed a dark alley on their right, Cecil's ears were caught by the sounds of groans and sobs, evidently proceeding from a person in distress. Looking about him, he saw an old man, at a short distance extended upon the ground. Following the dictates of his heart, without consulting his companions, Cecil ran towards the prostrate man and attempted to assist him. "Did you fall down, my friend? Have you hurt yourself?" inquired the child kindly. "I am blind," sobbed out the old man. "And you have lost your way, have you not?" said Cecil. "I am blind," repeated the old man. "Gentlemen," cried out Cecil to his companions, "will you help me conduct this old man home, will you not? He is blind."
"Do you suppose it is my employment to show the way about Paris to everybody I meet?" rudely demanded the man who had volunteered to escort Cecil home. "Oh, sir," said Cecil, addressing the other stranger, "you said you were rich. Will you not have the goodness to pay this gentleman for showing this poor blind man his way home?" "I only pay for those I take a fancy to, and I do not like the looks of this fellow," was the unfeeling reply. "Do you live at a great distance?" said Cecil to the blind man. "Ah, dear child, for by the delicate sweetness of your voice I know you were a child, and a kind-hearted one." Before the blind man could say any more, the pretended American called to Cecil, "Come, young gentleman, I cannot stay here all night." "Wait one single moment more," replied Cecil. "Only think, this man is blind, and perhaps has been hurt by his fall, and it would be impossible for him to find his way." Then turning to the blind man, he said, "How did you come here? You could not have come alone." "No, I came with my faithful, sagacious friend, who guided me everywhere. My poor little dog! He ate something that poisoned him, and he lies not far from here quite dead. My poor Rover! What shall I ever do without him?" "Come, come, young gentleman," said one of the strangers in an authoritative tone. "We are tired of waiting." "Give me one more moment, I beg you," replied Cecil. "You were so good to me. Be as good to this unfortunate old man. Shall we get you a coach, my friend? A coach will take you home." "Home? Oh, no, no, I must not go home. My poor wife, my poor daughter." "What? You have a wife and a daughter, and you do not wish to return home?" But before Cecil could say any more, one of the men seized his arm. "Come along, child. We will not stay any longer." One minute, gentlemen. Look at this old man.
Ah, I know what it is to be forsaken without any friends. I thought it hard enough, although I was not blind." "Nor was your arm broken," groaned the old man. "Your arm is broken!" cried Cecil with emotion. "Oh, I hope your arm is not broken," the blind man replied with resignation. "After the death of my dog, I tried to find my way alone, and fell down, as you perceive. My arm hurts me so much that I cannot move it without groaning. If it had not been for my misfortune, I might have gained my violin, which lies somewhere near me, money enough to pay for my lodgings, or at least quiet my landlord for a time. But now, what am I to do?" "You could have gained money by your violin?" questioned Cecil delightedly. "With my violin? To be sure I could. Why not?" Cecil stood several moments lost in thought, during which time the two men conversed in a low tone. "Does it require much skill to earn money by playing on the violin?" asked Cecil at length. "Much skill? Not a great deal. Why, I only know one tune, and I play that by ear. I have played the violin these 30 years. My wife made a little by sewing, and my daughter by selling herbs and flowers. As for my son, he is a mason, and what he makes during the week he drinks up on Sunday, so I do not calculate ever to receive anything from him. Until now we have gotten along tolerably. We were very poor, still we managed to live." Cecil turned abruptly to his companions. "Gentlemen, the old man says that he could make money by playing on his violin. He only knows one air, and I know 4. Only wait, I pray you, until I have played my 4 airs, and have made money enough to pay a coachman for taking the old man home, and then I will follow you."
"This child is a fool!" exclaimed the pretended American, forgetting in his anger to make use of his foreign accent. "We have waited too long. Come, sir, you must go with us."
"How well you speak French all at once," said Cecil, looking at the man in astonishment. "My child," said the blind man, without noticing Cecil's last observation, "you are a noble boy, and I thank you heartily for the service which you desire to render me, but you must obey your guardians." "But they are not my guardians," cried Cecil, becoming incensed at the cruelty of the two men. "I do not know who they are. I lost my way, and they offered to conduct me home. I owe them no obedience, and since I find their hearts are so bad that they refuse to assist you, they need not wait for me any longer. God will provide me a guide, and I am not afraid. Gentlemen, I wish you a good evening. You need not wait for me."
"Do you know," the man who had passed himself off as an American, now speaking very good French, "do you know that we could force you to follow us if we choose?" With this threat, each of them seized one of Cecil's arms. Cecil was frightened, but his very fear made him brave. Raising his voice, he cried out, "Release me! You have no right to force me! Help! Help! I shall cry, 'Thief! Catch the thief!' if you do not let me go." Cecil had hardly uttered the last sentence before the two men loosed their grasp and disappeared. "Why, where have they gone?" said Cecil, half laughing and half crying. "Had you any money about you, my little friend?" asked the blind man.
"I had 10 francs.
"Did these men know it?"
"Yes, I told them myself."
"Then you made a lucky escape. They were doubtless thieves. Thank God for your deliverance. Your kindness to an unfortunate man has saved you."
"Thieves?"
replied Cecil in a tone of awe, and looking fearfully about him. "Could they be thieves? Pray, let us get home. Good old man, could you not raise yourself and try to walk?" "My arm hurts me dreadfully, but I will try," said the blind man, making an effort to rise. "There, I am on my feet once more. No, I do not think my arm can be broken, but it must be dreadfully bruised. Will you give me your hand, my good child, and guide me? Where do you live?"
"In Great Louis Street,"
answered Cecil, making the old man lean upon his shoulder.
"I live in the same street.
If I am not at home by midnight, my daughter will come to seek me. Therefore do not be afraid. She will take you home safely."
"That will do very well. And meanwhile I mean to try if I can make a little money for you, since you say that money can be made by playing the violin. Come along, Fox."
"What, do you have a dog?" said the old man, as Fox licked his hand.
"Now that is strange, but very sensible,"
said Cecil, without answering the old man's question.
"Here Fox, who growled all the time at those two men, licks your hand and caresses you, although you are not better dressed than they."
"Dogs are sensible animals," replied the old man, "and their instincts are singularly correct. Fox knows that I am your friend. That is, as much your friend as a miserable beggar whose friendship will not benefit anybody can be. And I will be your protector too, but misery has no protection to offer."
"Who knows," said Cecil, laughing and jumping about for joy, "but I may become your protector tonight, and I am in quite as miserable a plight as yourself."
End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19 The Little Musician. While seeking a good place where he might stand and play on the violin, Cecil related his little history and all of his adventures since his arrival in Paris to the blind man, but without mentioning his cousin's name. "Where had we best place ourselves?" asked he of the blind man.
"In front of the coffee house, if you can, my little friend."
"Here is one, the coffee house of the ambassadors."
"Choose a table where there are children, and let us stand directly before them."
"Why children?" asked Cecil.
"Because children do not understand music, and it always pleases them whether it is good or bad."
"Thank you," said Cecil, laughing. "You doubt my being able to play well. Here is a table at which a gentleman and 3 little girls are sitting."
"That is good," said the old man. "Now make your dog sit down on the ground. Put this little tin platter by him, and commence."
Cecil gave one touch with his bow on the violin, which astonished the old man. Cecil continued playing.
"Why, you are skillful. Everybody will come to hear you."
"Yes," said Cecil, quite agitated, "but I feel ashamed, for I have never played before anybody but my uncle and my teacher."
"Does anybody give money?"
"Yes, the plate is almost full," replied Cecil. "But the people stare at me so much, it confuses me."
"Take courage, my dear child, courage," said the old man,
in a low and broken voice. "If I do not carry 26 francs home to my family this evening, tomorrow we shall be turned into the street, without a place where we can find shelter.
My poor wife, for the last 2 years, has been rendered helpless by a paralytic stroke, and my daughter, a girl of 17, has never known a happy day. Take courage, my dear child. I hear the cents falling into the plate. Alas, it will take a great many to make the 26 francs. But what is the matter? You don't play with as much power as you did at first, and your time is slower."
"The perspiration is rolling down my face in large drops," replied Cecil. "I did not think it was so difficult to play in public, and before people one does not know."
"You are saving a poor family from misery," replied the blind man. "Let this thought banish your natural timidity. But if you are too warm, take some of the money out of the plate and go into the coffee house to get a drink, my child."
"Thank you," said Cecil, "but I will not use any of that money."
"Then take your violin and play on. Play on, my dear friend, my preserver. God will bless you for this noble act. You have had pity upon a poor blind old man, and he will have pity on you."
"Hush, good man," said Cecil. "There is very little merit in what I am doing, and your praises make me tremulous. I have played all the airs I know. Shall I commence again?"
"If you are not tired, my child."
"No, on the contrary, I am beginning to get accustomed to the crowd. You will see that I shall play more boldly this time."
And in truth, Cecil regained his self-possession and played with remarkable grace, beauty, and sweetness. Everybody was delighted with the little musician, complimented and encouraged him, but it was growing late, and the crowd gradually dispersed. When the coffee-house was vacated, Cecil ceased playing and said to the old man, "Everybody has gone." "Very well. Count the money," said the old man, "and divide it. You have well earned your share."
"Divide it?" exclaimed Cecil.
"No, indeed.
"I have been playing for your benefit only. I have 10 francs, you know. I am rich."
The blind man smiled as he took the treasure from the child's hands, and at that moment the keeper of the coffee-house came towards the blind man, saying, "Now that the tables are unoccupied, come and sit down, my good old man, and let your charming child refresh himself. What will you have? Some beer, milk, cakes, anything you like." "You were never so polite to me before, my good sir," replied the blind man, accepting the invitation. "In sooth," replied the man, laughing, "your violin generally drives away my company, but tonight your little boy has drawn quite a number of customers. Drink, eat, do not hesitate, and come back tomorrow." A young girl, in tears, now approached the table where the old man and Cecil were eating, and exclaimed,
"Oh, my dear father, how worried mother and I have been about you! Here it is, nearly midnight."
"What do you think, Mary?" replied the old man gaily. "I have lost my dog, my arm is bruised, and without this little angel that the good God has put in my way, there is no knowing when you might have seen me again. Sit down there, my daughter, and count the money."
"Provided it is worth counting," said the poor girl, sitting down and gathering the cents into a pile. "The landlord has been to our house, father. He was very angry, and said if we did not pay all that we owe him before 12 o'clock tomorrow, he would turn us out of the house, and retain all our little furniture, our clothes, everything, even to my pigeons. We had depended on my brother's wages, but alas, he did not bring them. Could he have had the heart to go to the tavern and drink away his money when his family were in so much distress? Heaven grant that he may one day be cured of his weakness. There, all the piles are made, and there are 20 cents in each pile. It is easy to count them now."
"Well, how much is there?" asked the blind man impatiently, while Mary again counted the piles separately.
17, said she. "I have counted and recounted them carefully, and still there are only 17 francs. Oh, my father, we are lost!"
Cecil, who had noticed the girl's hands tremble as she was counting the piles, and her despair as she was obliged to stop at 17, took his 10 francs out of his pocket and threw them among the cents.
17 and 10 make 27, said he, laughing merrily. "It seems to me that you have 27 francs." "You had concealed part of the receipts in your pocket, then?" asked the young girl reproachfully. "Concealed?" replied Cecil in dignity. "Those 10 francs are mine, miss, and I give them to you to complete the sum you require. It is very fortunately I did not go home in a coach as I intended," added he, "for then I should not have been able to do you a service." "Your 10 francs," said the old man, much affected. "I do not wish them, my child. Keep them yourself. Mary, return those 10 francs to this generous child. They are all he has in the world, and he gives them to me. Where is he? Your hand. Give me your hand, my noble boy, that I may kiss it. O Father in heaven,
Let the humble prayer of a poor unfortunate ascend to thy eternal throne, and bless this child." "Well, what is the matter, my good old man? Why do you weep? You make me cry to see you," said Cecil, wiping his eyes. Astonished at this scene, Mary glanced alternately from her father to the boy. "You want 26 francs to make your rent, and as I only made 17, it is but just that I should give you the rest," said Cecil. "Just!" exclaimed the old man. "Just! This child calls his noble action, his greatest sacrifice, mere justice. Have you given him back his 10 francs, Mary?" "But, father," said Mary, hesitatingly. "My daughter, do as I bid you," replied the old man sternly. "And not only that, but also divide the other money with him. If the sum had been complete, I would have said nothing, but taken this kind and generous child's share to pay my rent. Since it is not so, it will not save me from being turned out of our house tomorrow. Give him 8 francs and 10 cents, Mary, and I shall still be under great obligations to him." "I do not want your 8 francs and 10 cents," replied Cecil positively, "and I want you to take my 10 francs. My poor uncle used to say that it was the duty of all men to assist one another as much as it was in their power. I am not a man, but still, if I serve you today, you will have an opportunity of returning it some other time."
"Take this child's 10 francs, good old man," said a gentleman who was sitting at a neighboring table, and who for some minutes had been listening to the discussion between the blind man and Cecil. "Take them. I could give them to you myself, but I will not deprive this noble boy the pleasure of doing so generous an action. All I can do is to promise to return him the money, but it is getting very late, and I have not the time to talk any longer. We will meet again tomorrow." The gentleman walked up to a coach stand and called out to one of the drivers, "Peter, take these people home, and notice the house particularly, that you may drive me there tomorrow. Tomorrow, my friends," added he, assisting the blind man into the coach. "Tomorrow I will see you. No thanks. Your thanks are only due to this child. Goodbye, my little friend. Until tomorrow."
"Where shall I drive?" asked the coachman of the blind man. "To number 24 Great Louis Street, for the little gentleman, and for me to number 3 Port Mahon Street." Then Cecil, who in his ignorance of the world saw nothing extraordinary in this gentleman's kindness, called out in his turn, "Until tomorrow, sir," and the horses set off at full gallop. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Tract of Land. I pass over the details of all the compliments paid to Cecil in the wagon, the invalid's uneasiness from the prolonged absence of the child, and his surprise at seeing a coach drive up to the door. Neither will I repeat Cecil's rehearsal of the day's adventures to the old soldier, but turn to the events of the next morning. Cecil slept as soundly and contentedly that night on his bed of straw as he could have done had it been on one of down. On awakening in the morning, he beheld the strange gentleman and the invalid standing beside him, conversing together. "So, my poor child," said the strange gentleman to him, as soon as he opened his eyes, "you have been abandoned, and a feeling of delicacy has deterred you from mentioning the name of the villain by whom you have been so shamefully treated? Here, first take these 10 francs that I owe you, and then we will see what we can do for you. What have you learnt?" "I can read, write, calculate, and above all play on the violin, as you perhaps heard yesterday evening," replied Cecil, getting up and taking the money, which the gentleman offered him. "But it is all the same to me, and it is well to be able to make money in that way, though I felt very badly to have everybody staring at me, and I was ashamed at every cent that dropped at my feet. If it had not been to serve the old man, I am afraid I should not have continued playing." The stranger replied, "You should not select a more foolish employment, my child, and as you have only a very ordinary talent for the violin, it would take much time and money to attain perfection in the art. It was your youth, probably, rather than your playing, which won you so much money last evening, and I think it would be but poor employment for you to wander about the streets with a violin. I have a proposition to make, and you must tell me how it pleases you. That dog is yours, is it not?" said the gentleman, glancing at Fox. "Yes, sir," replied Cecil, in some alarm. The gentleman resumed, "My name is Raymond. I have gained a livelihood by weaving cotton caps, socks, and stockings, but I own some land in the neighborhood of Beaujon, at the end of the Champs-Elysees. This ground is surrounded by a wall, and as there is a quantity of planks, stakes, and old garden tools, and some fine fruit trees on it, it attracts plunderers. I want to station there a person who can keep watch, and, in case of danger, who can arouse the National Guard, who are posted at a short distance. You and your dog would just suit my purpose, and here is a little horn you could blow if there was any necessity. But tell me first, would you be afraid?" "Afraid of what?" asked Cecil. "Of thieves? I have nothing that can be stolen but my 10 francs, and I will hide them where I will defy anybody to find them. As to ghosts, my uncles assured me that there were no such things, so then I don't see what there can be to make me afraid."
"Will you accompany me, then?" asked Mr. Raymond.
"Wait a moment, sir," said the invalid. "This child was, as it were, placed under my protection by the hand of Providence, and, with all due respect to you, I would like to know how much you will pay him for taking care of your ground."
"Oh, indeed, not much," replied Mr. Raymond, laughing. "In the first place, he will get neither food nor lodging, for there is neither house nor table in my enclosure, but there are plenty of planks, with which he can make both if he chooses. Then there is fruit, which he can eat, and there is ground in which he can plant vegetables. I will provide him with seed, and from time to time, when I come to town, I will bring him some provisions, and perhaps I will not let him die of hunger."
"No, truly, I am sure the gentleman will not let me die of hunger," said Cecil. "I will guard your property, sir. Let us go. But wait a moment for me, sir, I pray you." And, with the confidence of a child who does not know what it is to doubt, Cecil ran out of the house, and, after a short absence, returned, carrying in his hand a package of tobacco, and an earthen pipe representing a head in a 3-cornered hat. "Here, my good Father Latouille," said Cecil, offering the pipe and tobacco to the invalid. "I would not ride home in a coach yesterday, that I might have the pleasure of supplying you with tobacco. Here is the likeness of your beloved emperor on a pipe. That is the reason I selected it. Accept it and embrace me. I am at your service now, Mr. Raymond. Come on, Fox. But where is my book? Oh, I had almost forgotten my book."
"By my emperor, by the name of the great Bonaparte, this little monkey is a charming little fellow," exclaimed the old soldier with emotion. "I will come to see you, my brave boy, when I can walk out, and we will drink each other's health. I will not say farewell, my little friend."
"You have spent part of your 10 francs," said Mr. Raymond to Cecil, as they were getting into the wagon.
"To give pleasure to that brave old man," replied Cecil.
"What book is that under your arm?" asked Mr. Raymond.
"It is the history of Robinson Crusoe in the desert island, sir," replied Cecil gravely. "It is a very interesting story, I can assure you." The wagon stopped before the gate of the enclosure, the walls of which were full of crevices. Mr. Raymond alighted, and, taking a key from his pocket, introduced Cecil and Fox into a large square tract of ground. 3/4 of this ground were uncultivated and overgrown with thistles, but on the other quarter stood several large trees, thickly covered with leaves, but bearing very little fruit. In a corner of this enclosure lay a heap of old planks, stakes, rusted tools, and broken stones. The wall around was very irregular and partly broken down. "Here is your land," said Mr. Raymond to Cecil, "and there is your orchard. Take care that robbers don't carry off all your fruit. You can plant potatoes here. They are very easily raised. Let grass grow on this side, and when it is high enough to cut down, all the gardeners in the neighborhood will buy it for their rabbits. You can be as happy as a king if you know how to arrange everything well."
"Do you give me all this?" asked Cecil, wonderstruck.
"I do not give you anything, but I will permit you to enjoy it all," said Mr. Raymond.
"That is to say," replied Cecil, "that I may go, come, run, dig in the ground, and do whatever I choose, and even build myself a house with these planks."
"Exactly."
"Now I am indeed like Robinson on the desert island."
"Exactly."
"And how, sir, can I thank you for all your goodness?"
"By watching that nobody comes at night to tear down the walls or steal my fruit. This is very easy, is it not? Your dog can warn you of the approach of intruders. Then, with this little horn," and Mr. Raymond took the horn out of the wagon and gave it to Cecil, "you can call the guard, who will come to your assistance."
"I understand you perfectly," said Cecil. "And, if you will permit me, sir, I am going to commence work immediately, that I may have my house made before sunset."
"I am very sorry I am not able to help you," replied Mr. Raymond, "but I am obliged to start today on a journey of 1 or 2 months. Fortunately it is warm, and you have time enough before winter to build your house. However, if you will commence immediately, I can give you some advice. Take this corner of the wall, which will shelter you from the north winds, and which will also form 2 sides of your dwelling. But how old are you?" asked Mr. Raymond, suddenly interrupting himself.
12 years old," replied Cecil.
"You are very young, my little fellow. I am sorry I cannot do anything more for you. I would have taken you to my house at Saint-Germain, but my wife has lost a little boy of just your age, and the sight of you would cause her to weep and fall into one of her nervous fits. However, you will certainly be happier here than wandering about in the streets, and you will be very comfortable when you get your house built. A carpenter lives quite near you, and I will ask him to lend you any tools that you may need. Now let me see how well you can manage everything. Necessity is the mother of invention. Have you got the horn?"
"Thank you, sir, thank you!" exclaimed Cecil, seizing Mr. Raymond's hand and raising it to his lips. "Oh, sir, you have made me so happy! But, Fox, come here, that we may be happy together," added the grateful child, as he bent down and fondly caressed his dog. "You and I have both suffered, both found that the good God never forsakes his creatures. When I was desolate and in despair, you ran to me, wounded and bleeding. I took care of you, and from the time I gave you the first piece of bread, which you returned by giving me some water, we have been sustained by each other, and now, without you, I should not be here."
"You are satisfied, then?" asked Mr. Raymond. "Now, little Robinson, good-bye. I shall not see you for a long time. Farewell." As Cecil followed Mr. Raymond to his wagon, he noticed a woman at some distance, whom he thought he recognized as a friend. The woman, in her turn, when she perceived him, quickened her pace until they stood in front of each other. It was the blind man's daughter. She held in her apron something that moved about, and made a prolonged cooing sound. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Pair of Pigeons. "At last I have found you, my little friend," said the young girl to Cecil. "My father sent me, with many thanks, to tell you he would never forget the important service you have rendered him, and he will return the 10 francs you lent him as soon as possible. You may depend on him, my little friend." "He owes me nothing," replied Cecil. "Mr. Armand was so kind as—" "To give you 10 francs," interrupted Mr. Raymond gaily, "but not to pay you the blind man's debt. My child, I see you have no notion of the value of money." Cecil did not reply, and the girl, opening her apron, disclosed a beautiful pair of white pigeons. So young that they had yet but few feathers, she presented them to Cecil and said, "I wish to give you these in token of my gratitude, my little friend. Will you accept them?" "These pigeons are for me?" exclaimed Cecil. "For me, Mary? And what shall I do with them?" "Zounds, eat them for your dinner," replied Mr. Raymond, jumping into his wagon. "Good-bye, Cecil. Take good care of my land. Don't let anything be stolen. And if you hear the slightest noise in the night, blow the horn. Do not be afraid. Better call the guards uselessly than let me lose a pair. Good-bye." And Mr. Raymond whipped up his horses, who started off at full gallop, thus preventing Cecil from making any further acknowledgment. "Will you come in and rest a moment, Mary?" said Cecil, leading Mary inside the gate. "What, does all this land belong to you, my little friend?" exclaimed Mary as she entered. "I am only to take care of it," replied Cecil. Then he added, laughing, "I would like to have you rest yourself, but I have no chairs." "Here is an excellent seat, better than any chair," said the girl, sitting down on the grass. Cecil sat down beside her. "Will you allow me to hold your pigeons in my hand a moment?" "They are yours," said Mary, putting them on his arm. "But you will not eat them, will you?" "No, indeed," replied Cecil. "I will take care of them and feed them. By the by, Mary, what do you give them to eat?" "Generally they live on seeds, but I only give them bread." "Have you got any bread?" "No." "You have at least money to buy some?" "Yes, indeed," said Cecil, jingling his money in his pocket. "If I only knew where there was a baker. I feel hungry now." "Wait, I will look for one," said Mary. Mary soon returned with a 4-pound loaf of bread and a bunch of radishes. "This is my treat," said she. "I got the money from selling 4 of my pigeons yesterday morning." "We ought to have a table," said Cecil. Mary looked around, and seeing the pile of planks, she ran and selected a wide and short one. Then, wiping it with her apron, she put it across a large stone, placed the bread and radishes on it, and, sitting down on the grass, said, "Here is a table, my little friend. See what a nice table." Cecil seated himself, and Fox took his station in front of him. The pigeons were on the ground, and they all ate with great enjoyment. After a few minutes, Mary exclaimed, "Oh, we have nothing to drink. I forgot that we must drink." "My brother would not have forgotten." "I have a goblet," said she, taking a pewter mug out of her pocket. "But with what shall we fill it?" "Fox," said Cecil, addressing the dog, and showing the mug, "where is there any water? You go find some." Then, turning to Mary, he added, "Fox is very quick at that." At the sight of the mug, Fox immediately began to rub his nose along the ground.
Suddenly he ran towards the gate of the enclosure. Cecil went after him, opened the gate, and followed the dog until they came to the side of a fountain. Cecil quenched his thirst, gave Fox a drink, then, rinsing out the mug, he refilled it with water, and carried it carefully towards the enclosure. As soon as he saw Mary, he exclaimed, "Behold, here is wine!" Mary took the mug, drank part of the water herself, then gave some to the pigeons.
"While you were away," said she to Cecil, "I have thought of something. You must have enough grass here to feed 100 rabbits. If you have any rabbits, good Mary, it is at your service. I have none, but the gardener, who employs me to sell his herbs, has several. Will you allow me to gather a little grass for them?" "Certainly, with pleasure," replied Cecil, "and I will assist you." Cecil and Mary ran frolicking about, trying which could gather the largest bunch. When Mary's apron was full, she said, "Now I must bid you good morning, my little friend. If I have a moment to spare, I will come to see you tomorrow evening. Keep my mug. It will be more useful to you than to me." Cecil thanked her, and following her to the gate. On his return, he glanced around his large tract of land, and said to himself, "Here I am, like Robinson Crusoe, in my desert island, with this difference, that Robinson's island was surrounded by water, and mine is encircled by stones. But I have more companions than he had, for I have a dog and 2 pigeons, so I am happier than he." Cecil was unaccustomed to solitude, and, though it did not alarm him, it made him feel a little melancholy. He began talking to his dog and then to the pigeons, and caressed each alternately. The setting sun reminded him that he had prepared no shelter for the night, and he was soon busily at work with the planks. He selected the corner of the wall pointed out by Mr. Remnants, and began to make the floor by placing boards of equal length close together. Then he tried to stand them upright to form the 2 sides, which were wanting, but he found this very difficult, and, as the night was fast approaching, he determined to sleep with only the blue sky for his roof. Having come to this resolution, after eating a little bread, he gathered some grass and formed a nest for his pigeons. Then he laid himself down upon the planks, which he had arranged for the floor of his house, but he found them very hard. "Oh, what would I not give for a bundle of hay or straw!" By chance his eyes fell on the nest of his pigeons, and he exclaimed, "Why can I not make a bed for myself as I have done for my pigeons?" And he gathered some grass and strewed it in thick layers on the planks. Once more he laid down, and, with Fox at his feet, he soon fell into a sound slumber. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The 10 francs began to gather interest. In the morning, when Cecil awoke, he felt stiff and bruised. He fed his dog and pigeons, then reflected how he could provide himself with a more comfortable lodging for the next night. "These boards will never do," said he. "I have plenty of different kinds of stones here, and after helping the masons and looking at them for 2 weeks, I ought to know how to pile them together. But I must have some mortar. Where shall I find any?" He went to the fountain for a drink, and accidentally met a company of masons as they were going to work. He followed them with the intention of asking for their advice. On his way, he thought of everything that he should say to excite their interest. He reached the hotel of the Garden Bourgeon at the same moment as the masons. "Sir," he said, addressing the youngest one,
which made all the others look around. "Will you do me a little favor?"
"I?" replied the man insolently.
"You or one of the other gentlemen," returned Cecil, a little disconcerted. "I want to build a house in that enclosure over there, and if you would be so kind—"
"As to build it for you?" interrupted the mason, whom Cecil had just addressed. "Shall we make it 4 stories high, or 7?" asked another. "Will you have it surrounded by a colonnade?" asked a third. "With gilded cornices? What style of architecture do you like the best?" "A colonnade like that of the Louvre," demanded a fourth. "He wants a villa, I suppose, like a lord's," said a fifth. "A strong fortress," said a sixth, "with battlements, turrets, and drawbridges, surrounded by ditches of water, in the style of Francis I. "Or a palace, perhaps, who knows?" added a seventh. "And how much, sir, will you pay the workman?" rejoined the first mason, with a sneer, which drew forth a roar of laughter from the whole troop. Bewildered by this burst of malicious merriment, Cecil remained a moment without replying, but soon taking up courage, he looked up and said,
"In this world we should all assist one another, gentlemen. I ask nothing without intending to compensate you, if it is in my power."
"Admirable reasoning! The little brat has become a preacher already. I admired him exceedingly," replied the youngest of the masons, who appeared to be their chief speaker. "Finish your sermon, venerable sir. Go on, worthy pastor."
"I do not know how to build a house," said Cecil, "but I know how to read, write, and play on the violin."
"Very well. Go and read, write, and play on the violin, and build your house with those accomplishments."
"You do not understand me," said Cecil, much disconcerted. "If any of you would like to learn to read, or write, or play on the violin, I will teach him, if in return he will lend me a hand in building my house."
"I will lend you a foot," said the youngest of the masons, advancing with a menacing gesture. But just as he was raising his foot, a young girl laid her hand upon his shoulder.
"Are you not ashamed, brother," said she to him, "to attempt to beat a child, and this child above all others?" "Oh, it is Miss Mary. Good morning, miss," said the masons, bowing politely to her.
"Well, who is this child, that I should be afraid to touch him?" said Mary's brother roughly.
"Who is he?" replied Mary with energy, seizing Cecil's hand. She pressed it to her heart. "Who he is no matter, but I will tell you what he has done, gentlemen." And, with a voice full of gratitude and emotion, Mary related the service Cecil had rendered her father. As she spoke, the countenances of all the masons became attentive and serious. They unconsciously drew nearer to the child, and regarded him with respect, almost with reverence. Tears filled their eyes when Mary told how generously Cecil had given the 10 francs to her father, and they broke forth with one unanimous exclamation of, "Bravo! Bravo! Shake hands with the fine little fellow. Pardon our rudeness. You are a brave and noble child. Shake hands!" And the coarse and brawny hands of the workmen were extended towards Cecil, who grasped them in turn. Only one of these men did not approach Cecil and offer his hand. His back was turned on his comrades, and he was sobbing and stamping his feet on the ground. It was Mary's brother.
"Well, Paul," said Mary kindly, "you repent having spent the money in drinking at the tavern, while a stranger did not hesitate to deprive himself to succor your father. Is it not so?"
"Don't speak to me," replied Paul roughly. "I am an unfortunate, miserable creature. I do not deserve to live, and I will throw myself into the first horse pond I come across."
"Brother, it is very wicked for you to speak in that manner," said Mary.
"It is both wicked and stupid, and he is a bad son to talk of drowning himself, when he can work and earn money for his poor father," added one of the masons.
"Your comrade is right," said Mary. "Banish these bad thoughts from your mind. Apply yourself diligently to work,
and go to the tavern no more."
"No, indeed. I will never set my feet inside of the tavern again, I swear."
"Do not swear," said Mary, "but eat your soup while it is hot." And she took out a bowl of soup from the basket which she carried on her arm and presented it to her brother.
"I do not wish it," said Paul. "I do not deserve it. Give it to the little boy. As a penance, I shall eat nothing but bread and water for a whole week." "You are right, Paul," said his comrades. "It will do you good to punish yourself. Give the soup to the little boy, miss."
"Do you think I had forgotten him?" replied Mary, handing the second bowl to Cecil. "What? You have thought of me, Mary?" exclaimed Cecil, his eyes brightening at the sight of the good warm soup, which he had not tasted for so long a time. "And I thought also I might as well bring you a jug to hold water, a plate, a pewter spoon, and a knife," said Mary, handing him a little parcel. "Oh, how rich am I! And how good you are!" exclaimed Cecil joyfully.
"Young master," said the eldest of the masons, addressing himself to Cecil in a serious tone, "you live on the land belonging to Father Raymond, do you not? Very well. Keep yourself quiet and contented, and after our work is finished here, as we shall still have 3 hours during which it is light enough to see, and as there are 20 of us, the devil will be very malicious if your house is not ready before night. You have rendered a great service to the poor father of one of our comrades. You are a brave boy, and all these men should work for you. Depend on our coming to your assistance this evening."
"Yes, depend on us," said Paul, and Cecil offered his hand to him, but Paul drew back, saying, "I don't deserve it." The masons were as good as their word, and towards sundown they arrived on Mr. Raymond's ground with their trowels, mortar, and everything necessary for building. Cecil showed them the corner he had selected, and they were soon busily employed. It was delightful to see them work. They were in such good humor. They made the 2 walls, which were to form the square of the chamber, as high as their heads, then covered them over the top with planks, upon which they placed some tiles.
"We will complete your house tomorrow," said the masons to Cecil.
"I will bring you a door," said one of them. "And I a nice straw bed," said another. "And I a chair," said a third.
"And do you think I will be behindhand?" exclaimed a fourth. "I will bring him a table, and a coverlet for his bed."
"Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen!" exclaimed Cecil, much affected. "You are all too good to me."
"You have well merited all the kindness we can show," replied the men, who, in the morning, had amused themselves with tormenting and abusing him, but who now felt as though they could not do enough to serve him. Paul was the only one who offered nothing, and stood aloof as though he was ashamed. Cecil perceived this.
"Will you not shake hands with me now," said he to Paul, "that I may thank you as I have thanked the others?"
"You may thank me," replied Paul, "when I have earned enough money to pay you the 10 francs you lent to my father."
"Oh, I do not want them," replied Cecil. "Those 10 francs have done me more good than if I kept them in my pocket. It was owing to them that I have this ground, this house."
"And many friends," added the oldest of the masons. "But you owe all these things to your own kind heart. A good action never goes unrewarded."
"Oh, no," said Cecil, devoutly raising his eyes to heaven. "God will reward all you 100-fold."
When the masons bade Cecil good evening, he entered his little house and fell on his knees to return thanks to God for all his blessings. He had not finished his prayers, which were longer this evening than usual, when his attention was distracted by his dog, who stood on the outside of the house, barking and keeping his eyes fixed on one corner of the enclosure. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Robbers and the National Guard. From the corner where Cecil was praying, he could perceive at the other end of the enclosure, by the pale light of the moon, two shadows which moved towards the fruit trees. Soon the shadows came nearer, and he could distinctly see two men. His first feeling, it must be acknowledged, was terror. His second impulse was to call for aid, but on whom could he call? He remembered the little horn. It was the only piece of furniture in his house, therefore he had no difficulty in finding it. He blew 3 long and clear notes, then, withdrawing into his house, awaited the result. First, he saw the robbers, apparently alarmed, running towards a part of the wall which was low and obscurely situated. A moment afterwards he heard the steps of the patrol, and the cries, "Who goes there? Reply, or we fire!" He then heard the firing of a pistol, and the same voices exclaim, "We have caught them!" Cecil went towards the gate, opened it, and beheld not far off a company of the National Guard, surrounding 2 men of unprepossessing appearance. He approached nearer, and the light, which one of the guards carried, fell directly on these men. Cecil could not help exclaiming, "Hold! Those are the strangers who accosted me the evening before last." This exclamation caused one of the guards, whose dress designated him as a corporal, to turn around and ask Cecil for an explanation of those words. "First," said Cecil, "let me tell you it was I who sounded the horn." "What? You are the child whose history my uncle Raymond related to me, and who is to keep watch over his land?" inquired the corporal. "Yes, sir," replied Cecil. "And you know these men?" added he, pointing to the malefactors, whom the guards held fast. Cecil replied without hesitation, "Yes, I know them. That is to say, in returning home the evening before last, I was accosted by one of them, that one, the taller, who asked me, with a foreign accent, the way to Orleans Street. I was just going to ask him the way to Great Louis Street, when the other man came up and told us that those 2 streets were close to each other." "Really?" interrupted the corporal, laughing. "They are 3 miles distant from one another." "I know nothing of that," said Cecil, "for I am a stranger in Paris. That man told us that he would conduct us where we wished to go, and we followed him. On our way we encountered an old man, who had nearly broken his arm by a fall. I begged these 2 men to come with me to his assistance, but they refused. You know I could not leave the poor man there alone. It would have been both wicked and unfeeling. I wished to stay, and they wished to lead me away. They took hold of my arms. I told them if they did not unhand me, I would scream thief. At this they were frightened, and ran off at full speed." "You made the right cry, as they were really thieves," replied the corporal. "You see, my child, your goodness of heart saved you from very disagreeable company, not to speak of how dangerous your companions might have been." "And what did you do for the blind man?" inquired one of the guards, as his comrades led away the robbers. "I will tell you," replied the corporal quickly, and he related the noble and generous conduct of Cecil. Seeing their delight at this recital, Cecil said, with beautiful simplicity, "And would not any of you have done the same, gentlemen? Come, will you go and see my house?" "Your house?" said Mr. Raymond's nephew. "Why, if you have a tree to perch on in my uncle's tract of ground, you are fortunate." Come and see," replied Cecil. And a company of guards, the corporal at their head, followed Cecil. "Is that where you sleep?" exclaimed they all, at the sight of the naked walls and the grass scattered on the floor. "To be sure," replied the child gaily. Then he added, shaking his head, "It is just 1 month since the death of my poor uncle. I should have thought myself very unhappy during his life to have no better dwelling than this, but now, after having cause to dread passing a night in the street, and being taken up by the town criers and carried off to prison as a vagabond, I thank God that I have this place to rest in, gentlemen."
"Poor child," said they all, interested by the words of Cecil, but still more by the artless simplicity with which they were delivered. "But how does it happen that you are alone in Paris?" Cecil replied as usual that he did not wish to tell them, because he must not speak ill of his relations. "Gentlemen," said the corporal, "we must do something for this child." "I am not rich, gentlemen," said one of them. "My business is making shoes, and I will give him a pair, as I see those he has on are much worse for wear. In the meanwhile, here are 5 francs, corporal." "And I," said another, "will send him a bedstead and a mattress tomorrow." "Here is my offering, corporal, and mine, and mine." The corporal took the money from all of them, and presented it to Cecil, who drew back, blushing.
"I do not want it," said he. I do not want it."
"Take it," said the corporal.
"No, keep it, gentlemen," said the child. I do not know why. Perhaps it was the education my uncle gave me, but I do not like to receive money from everybody. If you will give me work, then I might earn this money, and would not mind taking it."
"But what can you do?" asked the corporal. "Do you know how to read and write?"
"Yes," replied Cecil.
"And can you spell well?"
"I only make errors in proper names," replied the child.
"Well, I am a printer," said the corporal. "One of my correctors of the proof sheets has weak eyes, and, if you would like to be his assistant, he will give you instruction. Come early tomorrow morning to number 16 Cadron Street, and you shall have work. In the meantime, accept these 20 francs. Take them as a loan, if not as a gift, and you can return them when you are able."
"As a loan, then, I will take them," said Cecil, "but I can assure you that I will pay them back."
The guard then shook hands with Cecil and bade him good night.
"Truly it is said," thought Cecil, feeling the weight of his money in his hand, "that more is gained by doing good than evil. Tomorrow I will ask Mary to buy me some shirts and stockings."
End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. How 10 francs, without being put out at interest, can increase to a large capital. Cecil rose early the next morning. The idea of being employed in a printing office had kept him awake half the night. After breakfasting on some of the bread and radishes, which yet remained, sharing his meal with his dog and pigeons, he took his way to the printing office, accompanied by Fox. He had walked only a few steps when he met the corporal, who was just getting into a wagon. "You come in good time," said the corporal. "Jump in, and I will see you safely installed in the office myself." Cecil seated himself beside his new patron. Fox followed the wagon, and in a quarter of an hour's time they arrived at the largest printing establishment in Paris. "Mr. Germain," said the printer, introducing Cecil to an old man who wore a pair of green spectacles, "here is a little boy who will aid you in correcting proofs. You can tell me by this evening whether he is capable of doing the business." "I will tell you well enough before an hour," replied Mr. Germain crossly. And then he muttered, "The idea of bringing such a child into this large printing office! Come here, little boy."
added he, conducting Cecil to a private enclosure behind a grating, situated in the middle of the composing room. "Correct that sheet for me. Zounds, lad! It isn't to be corrected like a page of writing. You do not know the signs, then?"
"It is the first time I have ever been in a printing office, sir," replied Cecil,
in so sad and sweet a tone that the old man replied rather more kindly. "Come, sit down, then. It is quite an alphabet to learn. Whose dog is that?" added he, looking at Fox, who, with his tail between his legs, had drawn himself up in as small a compass as possible in one corner of the room.
"He is mine," replied Cecil. "Pray do not hurt him, sir. Fox will not be in your way at all, I assure you. But, on the contrary, he may be useful."
"Useful? A dog useful? And in a printing office?" exclaimed the proof-corrector, shrugging his shoulders.
"Yes, sir, useful. One has often need of a smaller than oneself, you know."
"Do you mean that for me, Judge?"
Cecil, who feared he had made Mr. Germain angry, replied ingenuously,
"I wish that you had as much need of my dog and me as I have of you, sir."
Mr. Germain was quite softened by the submissive tone of the child, and his countenance assumed a more pleasant expression.
"You have never been in a printing establishment," said he. "Then before going to work, let me show you how we manage. You see that all the people in this room are engaged in setting up the types. They select the letters that spell whatever is written on the paper before them, and after arranging them in pages, place them on that large iron printing press in the next room. When they have enough of these pages to fill a large sheet of paper, they cover them over with ink. Then they lay them over the sheet of paper, and upon this, by means of the press, they make an impression of the types. This first impression is called the proof sheet. It is generally pretty full of errors, sometimes because the man who sets up the types, and who is called the compositor, has forgotten some of the letters, and sometimes because of the author's having made mistakes in the manuscript. It is this proof sheet that we are to correct. Do you understand?"
"Perfectly, sir."
"Now sit down beside me, and let us commence."
Cecil was so tractable, so polite, and so amiable that before the end of the day he and Mr. Germain had become excellent friends. Cecil related his adventures, and Mr. Germain offered to let him board at his house, or rather to eat there, for he said his wife loved children and dogs very much.
"But I have very little money to pay my board," replied Cecil.
"You can earn 2 francs a day here," said Mr. Germain.
Cecil repeated in great astonishment,
2 francs?
Mr. Germain replied,
"I get 6 francs myself, and soon you may make as much. 2 francs a day are 60 francs a month. If you give my wife 20 cents a day, you shall have breakfast and supper for yourself and dog. How will that suit you?"
"Very well indeed, I think, sir. Heavenly Father,"
added the child, raising his tearful eyes to heaven,
"thou hast not forsaken me, and I heartily thank thee."
"You are religious," said the old man. "So much the better. My wife will adore you. She will prove to you that all the good fortune you have had has been owing to your own conduct. She will first applaud your kindness in not having forsaken this poor wounded dog, and in sharing with him your cent's worth of bread, for, if you had abandoned your poor dog, the invalid would not have offered to let you sleep in the house with him. She will then show you that if you had not slept there, you would not have taught the masons to read, and they would not have given you the 10 francs. That these 10 francs would have caused you to become the prey of robbers if your kindness of heart had not again saved you, that if you had not relieved the blind man and given him your 10 francs, Mr. Raymond would not have established you as guard over his tract of land. The blind man's son and his comrades would not have built you a little cottage. And finally, you would not have become corrector of proofs in a printing house in Paris. There! My wife will prove to you a great many other things. She will make you feel that your dog and your 10 francs will be the means of your acquiring a large and brilliant fortune." Cecil laughed heartily. "In the meanwhile," said he, "my shoes and stockings are in holes, and I sleep, as Robin Crusoe did, on a bed of leaves." Precisely as Mr. Germain had promised. Cecil was engaged in the printing office of Mr. Raymond's nephew for 2 francs a day, and he was introduced to Mrs. Germain, who paid so much attention to him and to his dog at the table that the husband complained of neglect. It was not yet night when Cecil took leave of his new friends, and, with a light heart and lighter steps, followed by Fox, ran down the long walks of the Champs-Elysees. As he approached his dwelling, he encountered Mary, who appeared to be awaiting his return. She held in her hand a handkerchief folded like a cravat. "Will you allow me to bandage your eyes, Cecil?" said she, with so playful and happy a tone that Cecil held forward his head, replying, "Are you going to play blind man's bluff, Mary? We should wait until we get inside the enclosure." Without giving any explanation, the girl bandaged Cecil's eyes, and, taking him by the hand, led him on so fast that he almost had to run to keep up with her. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25 An Agreeable Surprise. As they approached Mr. Raymond's land, Cecil thought he heard smothered laughter, low whisperings, and a shuffling of many feet. When he felt the floor of his hut under his feet, the bandage fell from his eyes, and he looked around without recognizing the place. The rough and naked walls were no longer to be seen. They were covered with pretty flowered paper. Instead of the great square place without doors or windows or furniture, now appeared a beautiful room, well closed, and in which nothing was wanting. At the right was an iron bedstead, furnished with a mattress, a bolster, and a coverlet. At the head of the bed was a pretty washstand, supplied with towels, and at the foot was a little cupboard, from which escaped a savory smell that proved this piece of furniture would not be the least useful in the room. Added to all these were 2 chairs and a wooden table. Cecil stood motionless for some minutes, doubting whether he was awake or dreaming. A burst of noisy and merry laughter, and a mischievous pinch from Mary roused him from his stupefaction, and convinced them that he was not dreaming, that the vision was all reality. He beheld assemble around him the masons, on the arm of whom leaned the blind man, and near them a group of young gentlemen, whom he did not immediately recognize, but in the midst of whom he noticed his patron, the printer. "Well, what do you say to all this?" asked Mr. Raymond's nephew, advancing towards him. "Do you not think that the 10 francs you gave to this blind man have been sufficiently profitable to you? Look, all the things here are yours. They are sent to you by these gentlemen themselves, who formed the patrol with whom you talked last night. The linen and the dishes were sent to you by their sisters. You will find that in the under part of the washstand 2 pairs of sheets, a dozen towels, and clothes for your use, for we happen to have brothers of your size." Here is a basket of fine peaches that you must eat with these brave men who built your house, and, as I have invited the blind man, his son, and his daughter to supper, you will find a plenty which to regale them in that cupboard. Now, good-bye, my brave boy. To-morrow we must go to work again." Cecil seized his hand, which the printer offered, and exclaimed, "Oh, sir, sir!" This was all he could say, but his tears and the expression of his face were more eloquent than words. The gentleman withdrew, and Mary, who doubtless only waited for this movement to open the cupboard, now quickly turned the key in the lock, and the doors flew open and displayed a large pie, a roasted turkey, and 2 large loaves of bread. Cecil said to the masons, "Here is plenty for all. Come, sit down and eat with us."
"But there are only 2 chairs," said one of the masons.
"One for the blind man, and the other for Miss Mary," replied Cecil. "It is a fine evening," said Mary. "Let us sup in the open air. Carry the table outside, and we can place planks over the stones to make benches."
"Bravo! Bravo!" cried the masons, in executing Mary's orders. In a moment the table was set outside, the seats arranged, and the best one given to the blind man. All was gaiety and happiness, and never did any of the party enjoy a heartier or more jovial repast. Fox travelled all around the table, receiving food from the hand of everyone, and never did a dog so wag his tail as little Fox did during that merry meal. At 9 o'clock the party separated, and Cecil re-entered his little room alone. After having put everything in order, he threw himself on his knees before the bed and thanked God with great earnestness for all the blessings he had showered upon him for some days past. Then, for the first time since he had been in Paris, the poor child stretched his delicate limbs on a good bed. "Oh, how delightful!" exclaimed he. "How delightful! If I had not been deprived of a bed so long as I have been, and had not been forced to sleep with only a bundle of straw for my pillow, I should never have known how great a luxury it is to sleep upon a mattress." All at once he remembered his pigeons. He had quite forgotten them during the feast, and now wondered what had become of them. But the bed was too comfortable for him to long to indulge in vain regrets, and, tired from nature's sweet restorer, balmy sleep, soon banished his anxiety. The next morning, after Cecil had dressed himself and said his prayers, he went out in search of his pigeons. Great was his delight on finding a rude wooden cage hung on the wall just by his cottage. The pigeons were strutting up and down before the door. Beneath the cage was a grating, across which several planks were placed. Cecil looked in, fearfully at first, wondering what those brown-looking creatures with long ears and bright eyes could be. But suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh, they are rabbits! Rabbits!" He quickly divined to whom he was indebted for this new gift, and, after having fed his pigeons and his rabbits, he gathered a bundle of grass and, followed by Fox, set out on his way to the printing office, first intending to stop at the house of the gardener by whom Mary was employed to sell herbs, and leave the bundle of grass for the man's own rabbits. The gardener's wife had gone out, but Mary stood at the door. She perceived Cecil approaching with a bundle of grass, and cried out laughingly, "Oh, you have guessed Mother Grandjean's motive for making you a present of the pair of rabbits." "No," replied Cecil, "but she has been so kind to give them to me, I thought I would return the kindness by bringing food for her rabbits. If she will permit me, Mary, I will bring her some grass every morning." "Certainly she will be very glad to get it," replied Mary, taking the grass from Cecil. "And how have you all been at home since yesterday evening?" asked Cecil. "Better and happier than usual," replied Mary, "for my brother, ashamed of himself,
and much affected by the service you have rendered to our poor father, made us a great many promises to reform. It was a shame, he said, that a child 12 years of age should be wiser and better than he, who is 19, and he wept to think that he should be spending his money at a tavern, while that child was working to save our father from ruin. A good example should be followed, he said. Today he commences a new course of life, Cecil, and you have been the prompter of this happy change. Well, I don't know how that happens, Mary. The merit is not due to me. The good God directs everything, and to him we owe all we give the name of blessing to. And his promptings have been well heeded by you. Oh, Cecil, my father said yesterday he had never before so much regretted the loss of his sight as when he remembered that he could not see you. Let us talk on some other subject, Mary. I have a favor to ask of you. As I told you yesterday, Mr. Germain allows me to take my meals at his house, but I have been used from childhood to change my linen very frequently, and I do not know how to get my clothes washed and mended. Do not give yourself any uneasiness about that, Cecil. Every week I will go to your house for your soiled or torn clothes, and my mother will put them in order. And I will pay her for it, said Cecil. Very well, very well. We will not dispute about that now. It is now time to go to work, said Cecil. Goodbye, Mary, until tomorrow. Goodbye, Cecil. And now, my little readers, it is useless to give a particular account of every day's doings. Cecil continued to work in the printing office, and, with the assistance of Mary's brother, cultivated his land, planted potatoes and salad, took good care of the fruit trees, repaired the wall, and made so many improvements that, at the expiration of 4 months, when Mr. Raymond returned from his travels, he did not recognize his own place. We will pass over the next 2 years, at the end of which time an unfortunate event occurred, which I will now relate. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, in which something is told about Fox. One fine but very cold Sunday in the month of February, Cecil, followed by Fox, entered the church which he was accustomed regularly to attend. Could my little readers have seen Cecil, they would have scarcely recognized in the handsome and healthy-looking boy of 14 the pale and delicate child who, 2 years before, had been abandoned under the chestnut tree in the Tuileries. When the service was over, Cecil sat down on the church steps and amused himself by looking at the train of carriages with their liveried footmen as they drove up to the door, and by watching the richly dressed persons who stepped into them. Fox was not content with sitting still on the steps, but ran up to the carriages and jumped about the legs of the horses and footmen. After receiving several slight kicks, he would return quite crestfallen to his master. "That serves you right, Fox," cried out Cecil at every kick given to the dog. "You should not run away from me." But the dog took no heed either of his master's reproofs or of the ill treatment of the footmen, and again ran off to satisfy his curiosity. The people had nearly all left the church, and Cecil contemplated returning home, to light his little fire and read a book which Mr. Germain had lent him, when he heard someone scream, "Fox! Fox!" Cecil started. The cry had proceeded from an old lady, seated in a carriage, the door of which was still open. As Cecil was looking around him, to divine what kind of dog it was that bore the same name as his own,
he saw a fox, his fox, make one bound and jump into the carriage where sat the lady. The door was closed in an instant, and the carriage drove off. When the first emotion of surprise was over, Cecil thought of following the carriage, but before he made up his mind what to do, the carriage was out of sight. Cecil was overwhelmed with grief. "I have lost my dog!" exclaimed he, so bitterly that everybody turned around and looked at him. "I have lost my dog! Fox! Fox, come back! Where are you?" But he called in vain. Fox had perhaps disappeared forever. How should he ever find such a little dog in that great city? If he only looked particularly at that lady, or the carriage, or the horses, or the footmen even, then he might have come and sat on the church steps every day, and if either the lady or her footman appeared, he could request them to return his dog. But now, what was he to do? The past seemed like a dream. The present was a sad reality, for he felt that he was alone. Sorrowfully he returned home. Whenever he met a little black dog on his way, he involuntarily called out, "Fox!" And at every new disappointment his grief was redoubled. Everything now looked gloomy in his pretty little cottage without Fox. Cecil neither noticed his pigeons nor his rabbits. All his thoughts were engrossed by Fox. He could not eat, nor sleep, nor take any pleasure without him. "Oh, he was more than a dog to me!" exclaimed Cecil. "He was my companion, my brother, my friend." When he knelt down to pray that night, he could only utter one wish: "Oh God, give me back my dog! Thou, who hast always been good to me, give me back my friend, my companion." Sleep visited not poor Cecil's eyes that night, and when morning came his grief seemed to be even greater than the preceding evening. Every moment he missed his dog more and more. Silently he fed his rabbits and pigeons, and set out for the printing office. In passing before the gardener's house, where Mary worked, instead of the gay and happy "Good morning" with which he generally accosted her, he held out his hand, and could only say, "I have lost my dog, Mary." "What a misfortune!" replied the girl, deeply sympathizing with his grief, without attempting to offer him any consolation. He arrived at the printing office, and to everybody addressed him, he replied only with the words which were uppermost in his heart and on his lips: "I have lost my dog."
"My wife will be inconsolable," said Mr. Germain, "but you must forget your grief for a time, my child. Work should be thought of before everything else."
Poor Cecil made errors all day, and never were his proof-sheets so badly corrected.
"This child must have another dog," said Mr. Germain to the workman.
"No, no," replied Cecil, "not another. I only want the one I have lost. I could not love another dog as I have loved Fox."
End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27 The Beggar on the Champs-Elysees. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. The moon shone brilliantly. The ground was covered with snow, and it was very cold when Cecil returned home. He passed by the coffee-house in which he had played on the violin for the old man. He was unfortunate then, but his dog was with him, and he was less sad than now. Standing near the coffee-house on the Champs-Elysees, he saw an individual who appeared familiar to him. It was a pale and thin young man, without a hat, shivering with the cold, wrapped in an old coat, which showed his form so plainly that one might well have imagined that beneath it he wore no other clothes. In this young man's feature Cecil traced a resemblance to his cousin. But what an idea! The son of his uncle, the rich heir of Mr. Thomas, the owner of so many houses and vineyards in Bordeaux, here, in Paris, and in the most miserable and destitute state, shivering in the street. No, it was impossible. Notwithstanding the severe cold, Cecil stood still, with his eyes riveted upon the person who so strikingly resembled his cousin. At this moment a third person crossed the Champs-Elysees, and Cecil saw the wretched young man run towards the stranger and hold out his hand. "I have nothing for you," replied the person thus applied to roughly. "I shall die of hunger," said the young man, who, no doubt, encouraged by the solitude which reigned all around, put his hand on the man's arm and held him fast, as it were, in perfect desperation. That voice! It was his cousin's voice. Cecil knew it too well to forget it, and, grasping the arm of the unhappy young man, exclaimed, "Augustus, what are you doing?"
"Augustus," repeated the person addressed, trembling with alarm. "Who calls my name? Who knows me?"
And, in his surprise, unconscious of what he did, he loosened his hold of the strangers, who, glad to be released, hastened away. "Augustus, what are you doing?" again asked Cecil, but this time in sad and a reproachful tone, and fixing his eyes on his cousin with an expression of mingled astonishment and horror. The first feeling of alarm over, the man, in his turn, looked at Cecil, but not recognizing his voice, nor his healthy face and robust form, he said roughly, "Who are you? And what do you want of me?" "What? Do you not remember me, Augustus?"
"I never saw you before," said Augustus, making a movement to go away.
"I am Cecil." This name appeared to wound the young man to the soul.
"Cecil," repeated he, with terror.
"Yes, the nephew of Mr. Thomas, Cecil, your cousin, whom you abandoned in the Tuileries. But what brings you to Paris, and what are you doing here?" added Cecil kindly. As Augustus did not reply, feeling no doubt too much humble and confused, or not having an answer ready, Cecil continued, "It is very cold here. Let us go to your house, or mine, that we may talk together. Will you?"
"To my house? I have no house," said Augustus, in a smothered voice. "Do you think, if I had a home, that I should be here, at this hour, prowling about the streets of Paris? Do you think, if I had eaten today, I would have begged?"
"Speak lower, Augustus," said Cecil, but he added with kindness, "Well, come home with me, cousin." Augustus followed, without making any remark, his head bent down, and his frame shivering with the cold. Cecil thought over this strange meeting with his cousin, now a mendicant on the Champs-Elysees, until his little brain was perplexed, but he could not solve the mystery. As for Augustus, he was trying to invent some story which would satisfy his cousin's curiosity. They at length reached the little cottage, and when Cecil had lighted the candle, an exclamation of surprise burst from Augustus at the sight of the perfect neatness and order which reigned throughout the room.
"Where are we?" asked he.
"In my house, cousin," said Cecil, doing the honors with a hospitality worthy of his kind heart. "Wait, and I will light my fire, and that will warm you. You are hungry, are you not? Open the cupboard. What will you have? Here is bread, a pot of preserved grapes, and a little wine. But do you not stint yourself. Eat all. I am not hungry. I am too full of grief to think of eating," added he, drawing a deep sigh.
"Whose place is this?" asked Augustus,
eating with great anxiety. "It is mine, or pretty much the same as mine," answered Cecil.
"What?"
said Augustus in astonishment.
"This land belongs to you? This house and furniture are yours?" "No, this land is not mine," replied Cecil. "I am only kept here to guard it. The house, some of my friends built it for me. Still, it can hardly be called mine either, but the furniture and everything in this room belong to me. But, cousin, tell me something about yourself. How happens it that you, who were so rich, are in this forlorn condition?"
"Oh, it is a very sad history," replied Augustus.
"It is not late," said Cecil. "Pray, relate it to me."
Augustus, having finished his supper, took the most comfortable seat in front of the fire, and commenced his story. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. What brings prosperity and what misfortune?
"I have had misfortunes. This is all my history,"
said Augustus, affecting an indifferent air.
"And I have had prosperity," replied Cecil. "But, as my good fortune has all one cause, your misfortunes have probably one also. Is it not so?"
"That is to say, you have told everybody that you had been abandoned, without omitting to mention, I will wager, by whom, giving my name, the particulars of my birth, my place of residence, and even the street in which I lived, and the number of my house."
"How little you know of me, Augustus," replied Cecil calmly. "Have I not always been taught that to publish the wickedness of one's relations was to dishonor oneself? I have told those who asked my history that I was abandoned, but I never told by whom."
"What, Cecil? Never mentioned my name?"
"Never, Augustus."
"And what has been the cause of all your good fortune?" Cecil related to his cousin, in the most simple and natural manner, and without the least embellishment, all that had occurred to him from the time Augustus had forsaken him in the garden of the Tuileries.
"And now," added he, in conclusion, "tell me about your misfortunes."
"Alas, Cecil, after leaving you asleep in the Tuileries, I started the same day on my return to Bordeaux. On my arrival there, I began by clearing out the house."
"What, Augustus, you turned away Jean and his family, Jeannette, old Bonice, and little Lignac, all the family servants, born and bred in the house?" interrupted Cecil.
"They did nothing but talk of you," replied Augustus sulkily.
"Oh, I understand," said Cecil, "and it was a reproach to yourself."
"Was I not the master of my own house, and could I not do what I chose?" demanded Augustus.
"Aye, Augustus, and so was I master this evening, and need not have asked you to come home with me," replied Cecil. "But I would not have asked it thus, Augustus."
Augustus, without paying any attention to this remark, continued,
"Never ask a man, Cecil,
how he has managed to spend the whole of his fortune in 6 months. It was very easy, I can assure you. Listen, and I will tell you. I had new servants who stole from me, and friends who borrowed my money. I gave parties. I kept carriages and horses. Then I got in debt by bad speculations, and one morning I found myself dispossessed of all my houses and my vineyards, with only 10,000 francs in my purse."
"I should like very well to have 10,000 francs. I should think myself rich," replied Cecil. "You have then 10,000 francs, Augustus?"
"Hear me to the end. I knew that gaming houses were abolished in Paris, but I had heard my father speak of speculation in stocks, by which enormous sums were made. I came to Paris, risked my 10,000 francs,
and lost them. Since then, I have had to sell my clothes one by one to pay my board and get food, until yesterday, not being able to pay for a small room I occupied in the Fille St. Thomas Street, they turned me out of the house and retained the rest of my linen. When you met me, I had not eaten anything for 14 hours.
"How fortunate that I met you," said Cecil.
"You do not, then, bear malice against me?" asked Augustus in surprise.
"Why," said Cecil, "I felt angry with you as long as I thought you were rich. Now that you are unfortunate, I pity you, but bear you no malice. If you will recall the words of your poor father, Augustus, that he who does evil receives evil in return, and he that does good find good in return, you will see how you have deserved your misfortunes, and I my prosperity."
"How stupid you are!" exclaimed Augustus, shrugging his shoulders. "If you had not met that good man, Mr. Raymond, who made you guardian over his land, and those kind masons who built your house, tell me, if you can, where you could have lived until now."
Cecil replied quickly, "If I had not assisted the old blind man, I should not have met Mr. Raymond, and the comrades of the blind man's son would not have built me this room."
"Say rather," replied Augustus, "that without your dog all this good fortune would not have befallen you."
"But it was from compassion that I took the dog, and God had pity on me because I had pity on the dog."
"Oh, you make it all out to suit yourself," said Augustus, who, in the spirit of all envious persons, would not acknowledge to himself the cause of his misery and of his cousin's happiness. "After all," added he, "you are not so well off as to justify your talking so proudly."
"And what more could I want?" exclaimed Cecil with animation. "I have a house, quite large enough for my use. I have friends. Yes, Augustus, the old blind man's family are excellent friends to me. The old man gives me good advice. His wife washes and mends my clothes. His daughter, a kind and grateful girl, has given me a pair of pigeons and a pair of rabbits, of which I am very fond, and his son, a rather unsteady young man at first, but now quite changed, often comes, after he has got through his work, to help me plough and sow my ground. I have a situation by which I make 60 francs a month, and in the name of goodness, what more do I want? Ah, except my dog, to be sure," he added with a sigh. "But, this misfortune apart, I should be very ungrateful to complain of my destiny, comparing my situation now with what it was 2 years ago, when I was a poor, deserted child, wandering about the streets of Paris, with only 1 cent in my pocket."
"Is there no possibility of sleeping here?" asked Augustus, concealing by a yawn the displeasure he felt at Cecil's last remark.
"Oh, yes," replied Cecil, "but I can only offer you half a bed, as I have only one."
"I will try and content myself with that," said Augustus, undressing himself and jumping into bed.
"Do you not say your prayers?" asked Cecil, kneeling down.
"What's the use?" said Augustus, turning over and composing himself to sleep.
"Oh, cousin," said Cecil sadly, "how do you ever expect to be happy?" And finding that his cousin did not reply, he added, "I am going to pray for you, as you grieve me very much."
"You will do well," replied Augustus roughly.
But just as Cecil was commencing to pray, he thought he heard in the stillness of the night the barking of a dog which he knew well. "Augustus! Augustus!" cried he, his voice much changed by emotion, and running to open the door. "Can you now deny the justice and goodness of God? Let me convince you. See, see, he has given me back my dog, my own, my Fox!" A moment afterwards Cecil clasped Fox to his heart, and then, weeping for joy, he fell on his knees to thank the Giver of all good. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of
The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The Placard.
"It is strange, cousin, that Fox don't like you," said Cecil the next morning, perceiving that the dog continually whined and looked suspiciously at Augustus. "Do you mean to say that dogs love and hate?" asked Augustus. "Is it not proof sufficient that this poor dog, who was carried away from me, and whom I thought lost, has come back to me of his own accord? Have you not been witness of his joy at seeing me? But let us think of your affairs now, Augustus." "I thank you for your hospitality," said Augustus, while dressing himself and brushing his old coat to make it look less soiled and dusty. "I am going to see some friends. Have you a cravat and shirt to lend me?" "Yes," replied Cecil, selecting his handsomest cravat and best shirt, and presenting them to him. "And some money with which I may buy my breakfast?" asked Augustus. Cecil took a little leather purse out of his mattress, and opening it, said, "I have 30 francs. I will share them with you, Augustus. Here are 15. I am very sorry not to be able to offer you more." Augustus, who did not anticipate his cousin's generosity, was much surprised, and thanked him quite warmly, saying, "You are a very good friend, Cecil, but I will return this money soon, very soon," added he, taking the money as though it were a loan, by way of easing his pride. For those who are incapable of doing a generous act themselves are always unwilling to show a proper degree of gratitude for a favor received. After Cecil has given his pigeons and rabbits their breakfast, he invited his cousin to accompany him, and they went out together. In approaching the Place de la Concorde, the two cousins saw a placard posted on a tree in the Champs-Elysees, before which several people stopped a moment, then walked on. "What is lost?" asked the cousins, following the examples of others and stopping to read. But instead of passing on, as if by one impulse, they stood transfixed to the spot. My little readers will quickly see the cause of Cecil's agitation when they read the placard, but they will not be able to guess in what manner it interested Augustus. Augustus read the notice aloud. 50 franc reward for the recovery of a little English spaniel. The dog is black, with a white spot on his breast and on each foot. His ears are very long, almost sweeping the ground, and his name is Fox. This dog has been lost for 2 years, but was found on last Sunday before the church of St. Roch, and made his escape last evening. If anybody who sees the above-mentioned dog will please bring him to No. 37 Lafitte Street, to Madame Marbouf, he will receive the promised reward, and even more if required." "Madame Marbouf," said Augustus thoughtfully. "It is singular."
"My poor dog!"
said Cecil, taking Fox tenderly in his arms. The cousins walked away from the placard, and separated from each other, both of them absorbed in thought. Cecil went to the printing office, and immediately related all that occurred to Mr. Germain, and asked his advice. "My advice is this, poor child," replied Mr. Germain, "that since you cannot keep that dog, seeing that it does not belong to you, my advice is that you immediately return it to its owner."
"Never, never of my own accord," said Cecil, "could I part with Fox."
"Reflect, my child," said Mr. Germain, "that apart from receiving the reward, which it would be very nice for you to have, and which you could double if you choose, you will be accused of stealing the dog."
"Stealing!"
exclaimed Cecil. "But, my child," said Mr. Germain,
There is not much difference between stealing and keeping what belongs to another."
"Then I will no longer hesitate," said Cecil,
taking Fox in his arms and weeping over him. Then stopping at the door of the printing office and turning to his comrades, who looked sorrowfully after him, he said,
"Do you think that I might ask the lady to let me buy her dog?" "You have a perfect right to ask," replied one of the compositors.
"And she has a perfect right to refuse you," said Mr. Germain. With a sad heart, Cecil went on his way, carrying the poor animal, who looked up to his master as if he anticipated his fate, and supplicated him not to part with him. End of Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. A Disappointment. "Give me courage," prayed poor Cecil, looking at the dog, who seemed dearer to him than ever before. He arrived at the house designated in the placard. As he ascended the steps, he met his cousin, who hastened to join him. "What do you come here for?" asked Cecil.
"And for what do you come?" returned Augustus.
"I," said Cecil, and he looked sorrowfully at the little dog in his arms.
"Ah, you have come for the promised reward," said Augustus.
It would be difficult to express Cecil's indignation at this remark without saying a word, for he felt if his cousin could thus judge him, he was not capable of either conceiving or appreciating his conduct. He knocked at the door.
"Cecil," cried Augustus, "do not speak of me to that lady. Do you understand?"
"What an idea!" exclaimed Cecil, and he asked the doorkeeper for Mrs. Marbouf.
"Go to the first door on the left," said the doorkeeper.
"Oh, you bring back her dog! Are you not glad to have found it? You will get the reward. I never met with such good luck." Cecil bowed to all the woman's remarks without replying. He went to the next door, as she directed, and rang. A liveried footman opened the door, and, on seeing the dog, exclaimed, like the doorkeeper, "Oh, you have brought Mrs. Marbouf's dog. She will be delighted." And, leading Cecil through a suite of rooms, the magnificence of which quite escaped his attention, the servant ushered him to a little boudoir, where an old lady was seated in a large armchair before a cheerful fire, embroidering with worsteds. The footman said, as he opened the door, "Madame, here is Fox." "Fox! Fox!" exclaimed the lady, throwing down her work and extending her arms to the dog. "Fox, do you not remember your mistress? You ungrateful little wretch!" But Fox and his master both remained standing in the door. "Fox," said Mrs. Marbouf tenderly, "what is the matter with you, that you do not know me? Here is one of the little cakes that you used to like so much." Fox wagged his tail in token of his thanks, but did not advance a step towards his old mistress. During the few minutes that Madame Marbouf coaxed Fox, Cecil surveyed the lady. She was about 60 years of age. Her countenance was full, unfurrowed by disease or care, and bore traces of great beauty. Its expression was neither stern nor mild, but it was cold. Cecil ventured to say, "You see, madame, the dog grieves at our separation as much as I do." For the first time Madame Marbouf looked towards the child, who came to restore her dog. "I thank you," said she. "Leave the dog." Then, turning to the servant, she added, "Peter, give 50 francs to this child. Go with him, my little friend."
Seeing that Cecil did not appear inclined to obey, she added, in the same calm tone,
"Is the reward not sufficient, and do you wish it increased?"
"I wish to speak to you, madame," said Cecil, endeavouring to repress his tears.
"What hinders you? Speak on," said the lady.
"Madame," said Cecil timidly, "let me keep Fox. Fox is my friend, my brother. Fox is everything to me, madame. I am a poor, forsaken child. I have no family. If you knew, madame, oh, I entreat you to let me keep Fox."
"Well, this is a strange child," said Madame Marbouf, perfectly unmoved. Then she added, smiling kindly, "I am sorry for your child, but the dog is mine, and I choose to keep him. Go with Peter. Ask as much as you choose, and he will pay you anything in reason."
"But I only want Fox, madame. I do not care for anything but Fox," said Cecil, no longer able to restrain his grief. "Oh, do not refuse him to me. You are rich. You have a house, servants, and children, perhaps. You have everything you want. I have only Fox. See, madame, how the poor animal looks at me. If he could speak, I am sure he would beg you not to separate us. Oh, madame, have pity on us both." Without appearing in the least affected by this touching appeal, Madame Marbouf coldly turned to her servant and said, "Peter, take this child away, and give him 100 francs. Go, my friend, 100 francs will be of much more use to you than a dog." "You, madame, perhaps might think so," said Cecil, who had become bold through vexation. "But I might not agree with you. Since you think that money can replace a friend, sell me your dog. Sell him to me. How much do you wish for him? If I have not the sum required, I can work, madame. I will earn it and bring it to you. For how much will you sell him, madame?"
"Was there ever such a queer child?" exclaimed the lady. "Peter, take this boy away, and give him 100 francs, as I told you."
Cecil attempted to reply, but Madame Marbouf prevented him.
"Silence! Not a word more! You have said enough," said she,
so positively that he did not venture to open his lips, but followed Peter, without even looking back at the poor dog, which his mistress held on her lap, and who whined piteously when the door closed on his young benefactor. Cecil was disconsolately leaving the house without asking for the reward. The servant called out to him, "Well, are you going without the 100 francs? Wait till I count them out to you." "Thank you, I do not wish them," said Cecil, weeping. "Your mistress is a bad woman, and I do not wish to receive anything from her."
"My mistress is not bad," replied Peter.
"She is good, then, I suppose," returned Cecil.
"She is not exactly good, either," said the servant.
"And what, then, is she?" asked Cecil.
"Why, she is fortunate, my little friend. She has never suffered, never had any sorrows, and she cannot understand how others can be unhappy. She is a woman who, when she sees others suffer, does not suppose they are feigning, but she does not soothe them through a natural impulse. Thus it is not sufficient for a poor person to tell her he is hungry. She would only reply that she was very sorry. But if he should ask her to give him something to eat, she would comply with his request. For the same reason a person must not tell her he is cold, he must ask her to give him something to clothe himself with. So you see, my little friend, she cannot be called bad." "Neither can she be called good," replied Cecil, leaving the house. "Here is your money,"
the servant called out after him. "I have not earned it, or I have not well earned it," replied Cecil, looking back. "For before evening your mistress's dog will return to my house." Saying these words, he bowed politely to the servant and walked on. He did not return to the printing office, but, after walking a block, seated himself on a step and began to whistle.
"Are you not going to the printing office today?" asked Augustus, whom Cecil had not observed in turning down the street. "No, I intend passing the day here," replied Cecil. "The fool!" muttered Augustus between his teeth, hastily walking away. Cecil was too much absorbed in his own thoughts to notice his words, and sat still, whistling. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The Printers and the 100 francs. Fox, who had escaped from his former mistress out of love for his young master, when he heard Cecil whistle, surmounted every obstacle to obey the summons. Cecil had calculated upon this, and he was more pleased than surprised when, after half an hour, Fox, overjoyed and out of breath, leaped upon him. Cecil returned to the printing office, and when the old proofreader beheld him enter, accompanied by his dog, he shook his head and said severely, "Then you had not sufficient resolution to give back the dog? That was not right, young man. You have not behaved well." Cecil, to exculpate himself, simply related what had taken place within the last hour. Instantly all the printers, compositors, and men employed in the office gathered round him. "I would have kept the dog," said one. "I would have taken the 100 francs," said another. "I would have spoken my mind to the old lady," said a third. "Ah," replied Cecil, "it is not such an easy matter to talk to an old lady who looks very proud and speaks in a peremptory tone that seems to forbid an answer. For my part, I could not keep from crying, and entreated her to permit me to retain the dog." "That was well done. And what did she say?" "She offered me more money, and seemed to think that that should compensate me for the loss of my dog. My dear Fox, my best friend!" "And why had you not the wit to offer her the 100 francs if she would only let you keep the dog?" asked the proofreader. "That is exactly what I did, and she laughed in my face." "That was because she supposed you had not 100 francs to give," said a compositor named Andrew. "Now, if you had only showed them to her—" "I could not show her what is not mine to show," answered Cecil. "But I told her that I would earn them, and that I would pay her whatever sum she would choose to ask." "That would not do! That would never do!" exclaimed several of the printers at once. "A person can resist a promise, but if he only sees the money glittering before him, the temptation is too great." "But I have not 100 francs. I have only 15, replied Cecil despondently. "And would you willingly give the money for the sake of recovering your dog?" questioned Gaspard. "That I would. I will give 15 francs that I shall receive next week, and the week after, and the week after that, and after that, until the 100 is made up. Oh, that I would right gladly to feel that Fox was mine." "Very well, I will arrange everything for you," said Gaspard, jumping upon Mr. Germain's tall stool that he might command the attention of the workmen, and then, addressing them thus: "Comrades, our friend here, and he is our friend, our true friend, is threatened with what to him would be a misfortune, the loss of his dog, the greatest treasure he has in the world, the chief source of his happiness. Comrades, 100 francs would save him from this misfortune. Can not we among us make up that sum and present it to him?
We are most of us indebted to him for some kindness, which we may now return. For my part, I cannot bear to lose the little dog. I have become accustomed to him, and his tricks amuse me. Gentlemen, I will set you the example." With these last words, Gaspard placed his hat on the ground and threw into it a piece of money.
"I will follow your lead," said Mr. Germain,
dropping a 5-franc piece into the hat,
"for I cannot do without Fox, nor can my wife either."
"Nor I," said the printers one after another, fumbling in their pockets and dropping a coin into Gaspard's hat.
"Oh, my poor Fox! How much everybody loves you!" said Cecil, in a voice tremulous with emotion. "How good you are, my friends! How shall I ever thank you?"
"And are you not better than any of us, although you are so much younger?" asked one of the printers. "Did you not give me 30 sous one day, when I wanted to pay for my new coat and fell short of money?" "And when I was sick last month," said another, "did you not bring me some sugar and wine, and several other things, which I could not procure for myself, because I had spent every cent of my wages?"
"And did you not come and read from Robinson Crusoe every evening to amuse my children?" said a third. "And are you not always doing something to assist us?"
Cecil was too much overcome by the kindness of his friends to answer. Gaspard counted the money, and, finding that it amounted to exactly 100 francs, he wrapped it in a piece of paper, and, taking down his coat, asked Cecil Madame Marbeuf's address, and saying that he intended making the proposition to the lady himself, quitted the office. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32 A New Project. During Gaspard's absence, everybody in the printing office seemed unusually silent. Even Fox ceased to play, and Cecil, though he tried to attend to his ordinary duties, looked abstracted, and his eyes glanced over the pages without his comprehending a line. In about an hour Gaspard re-entered the office. He flung his hat upon the table, silently pulled off his coat, and hung it up, and, placing the money on the counter, threw himself into a chair, in evident ill humor. Everybody was anxious to interrogate him, and yet they all remained silent. The intelligence of his ill success had been communicated without words. "Her heart is made of stone!" suddenly exclaimed Gaspard. "Cecil was right. She laughed in my face."
"I am quite as much obliged to you," said Cecil, pressing Gaspard's hand, "as if you had succeeded in your errand. But I have a new idea, and you must tell me what you think of it."
"I suppose we are not to have any work today?" said the principal proofreader, interrupting Cecil.
"Do not say that," answered Gaspard. "In 1/4 of an hour we will all be at our post again. Come, Cecil, what is your new project?"
"It is this," replied Cecil. "It appears that Madame Marbeuf thinks more of dogs than of human beings, for our tears could not move her as much as the caresses of her dog. Suppose we let Fox plead for himself."
"I can see only one objection to that," said Gaspard. "It is that Fox has never yet learned to speak."
"But Fox might send her a letter. That is—"
Gaspard interrupted Cecil with, "Ah, Fox is a scholar, then, one of the learned quadrupeds. He understands penmanship?" Cecil could not help smiling at this observation, but replied without being at all discouraged.
All great personages have secretaries, you know, and Fox is a great personage, since we have had so much trouble about him. Why can I not be his secretary?" "And I will be his letter-bearer," said Adrienne.
"That would never do," observed Mr. Germain. "The lady would order one of her domestics to follow you, and the abode of Fox would instantly be discovered. We will send the letter through the post office."
"Right, right!" cried all the printers.
Fox was not even consulted. Cecil placed himself at a desk, and after writing several commencements of his letter and tearing them up, he completed the following epistle:
"My dear and honored mistress, 2 years ago I was lost in the Tuileries. I was driven about from corner to corner, and at the last a sentinel pierced me several times with his bayonet. I was severely hurt, and should have died of my wounds, or of hunger, for everybody refused to protect me, until a child, a young boy, who, like myself, was friendless and forsaken, and, like me, almost dying of hunger, took pity on me. He washed my wounds at the fountain in the Tuileries, and tore his only handkerchief in two to bind them up. He had only 1 cent in the world, with which he bought some bread. A kind girl gave him a slice, which cost 2 cents, and he divided it up with me. You see, madame, these are things which cannot be forgotten. I am only a dog, but I have a heart, and I have not forgotten them. Since the time I have just spoken of, this child and I have always remained together. He would have refused any employment which forced him to part with me. I would not have sought shelter in a house where my benefactor was not welcome. You, madame, I shall always see with pleasure. If you would permit it, I would come and visit you sometime, on Sundays, for instance, but do not hope that I will ever forsake my master. I assure you I will never willingly do so. You have the right to take me by force, but I do not think that you can make me remain. Were you to tie me, I would break my chain. Were you to shut me up, I should jump out the window, or whine so dolefully that you could not bear to hear me. And if I could not escape, I should pine away with grief, and finally die. You would then have gained nothing yourself, and you would have deprived an unhappy child of his best and dearest friend and companion. You will say that I am an ungrateful little brute, but I do not think I am so. Do I owe you more than I owe Cecil? You are rich, and you bought me, perhaps, at a very extravagant price. Cecil did not buy me, but he saved my life. My master begs that I will offer you the 100 francs, at which you valued me, and I promise you, on the word of a spaniel, to pay you my respects every Sunday after church, and to make myself as agreeable and as interesting as possible. I hope, madame, that you will honor me with an answer addressed to Fox the Spaniel, Paris. Accept my assurances of profound respect and sincere attachment. As I am not very skillful in signing my name, you will find my mark at the bottom of this sheet." Cecil called Fox, and, lightly rubbing one of his front paws in the printing ink, laid the paw upon the part of the letter to which the name of the writer should have been affixed. Fox remained perfectly quiet, and, when Cecil removed his paw, it left a perfect impression of its size and form. Cecil then read the letter to the printers, and it met with their hearty approval. The letter was then folded, sealed, and addressed, and Adrienne carried it to the post office. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or
Industry's Triumph by Eugénie Foa. Translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. The Post Office. One morning, the head clerk of the post office, who was sorting the letters, stopped at one, the address of which he read several times. First he read it without spectacles, then with his spectacles, then he removed his spectacles from his eyes, rubbed the glasses, put them on again, and once more read the address of the letter. "To Fox the Spaniel, Paris," said he aloud. "What can that mean? A letter to a dog? I have been clerk of this post office 30 years, and I never heard of such a thing." At that moment a scratching upon the door made him turn his head. He opened the door, and a little black dog, with a folded piece of paper in his mouth, sprang into the room. The clerk took the paper, and, opening it, found that it contained 3 cents. On examining the paper more particularly, he found these words traced upon it: "If there is a letter at the post office addressed to Fox the Spaniel, the clerk will have the goodness to take this money for the postage and give the letter to the bearer." The man rubbed his eyes as though he thought he was dreaming, and glanced from the paper to the letter, and then at the dog, who stood as though he was waiting for an answer. And he held the letter towards him. Fox seized the letter and made his escape. A moment afterwards a footman in green livery entered the office and said, "You have received a letter addressed to Fox the Spaniel. Has anybody called for it?" "Yes, this very minute. The person to whom it was addressed has just carried it away with him. You must have met him on the steps." "Was it a little boy?" asked the servant. "Not at all. It was the spaniel himself, a little black dog. I dare say he is not yet out of sight." The servant opened the door and saw at some distance a little boy, who held an open letter in his hand, while a small black dog was gambolling beside him. Before the servant could follow them, they had turned the corner and were out of sight. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph by Eugénie Foa. Translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. The Answer to Fox's Letter. The letter, which Cecil held in his hand, ran as follows: "My dear Fox, I have neither the time nor the talent which your secretary possesses. Therefore, I cannot write what I wish to say to you. Have the goodness to come and see me as soon as you receive this letter. Your former mistress, Antoinette Marboeuf." Cecil read the letter to his friends at the printing office, and then consulted with them concerning the course which he should pursue. "I should go," said one. "I should not go," cried another. "Nor I," said a third. "I do not agree with you," said Cecil. "This lady has a right to the dog. I think I ought to hear what she should say. I will go and ask Mr. Germain to permit me to leave the office for an hour." Cecil approached Mr. Germain and made his request. "It seems to me, Master Cecil," replied the proofreader angrily, "that nothing in this office is thought of but Fox. Fox has set everybody crazy. Nobody attends to his work today, and the cause is that you are all thinking of Fox. I want you to read these proofs, and you tell me you must go and see the former mistress of Fox." "I will not be absent long, Mr. Germain," said Cecil, half timidly,
and half coaxingly. The old proofreader looked at him, and could not help smiling. "Then be off with you," said he, "you cajoling little rogue. There is no use ever saying no to you." Cecil ran off, almost without thanking Mr. Germain. Fox, as usual, accompanied him. He was soon in Lafitte Street, in front of Madame Marbouf's house. He was going to ring when he observed that the door was open. He paused a moment without entering, and heard voices apparently engaged in angry discussion. "I tell you, leave my house and never enter it again," said one voice, which Cecil recognized as that of Madame Marbouf. "But if I find him, and I bring him to you," said the other voice, which Cecil thought sounded like that of his cousin. "I will receive him," replied Madame Marbouf. "But as for you, I never wish to see you again. Leave me, sir." "But, madame, think," pleaded Augustus in a supplicating tone. Madame Marbouf interrupted him. "Leave me, sir. I have nothing further to say to you." At that moment Cecil heard steps rapidly approaching, and before he could retire, his cousin stood before him. Augustus stopped when he saw Cecil, and demanded in a low and trembling voice, "What do you want here?" "I want to see Madame Marbouf," replied Cecil calmly. Augustus convulsively caught hold of Cecil's arm, and, forcibly drawing him away, said, "Come with me, come with me. She is a good-for-nothing woman, a monster." In his agitation he knocked against a tall, fat gentleman who was ascending the steps. Cecil looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Raymond! Kind Mr. Raymond! Is it you?" "What, Cecil, my little Robinson Crusoe, is it you? Whom have you with you?" "My cousin," replied Cecil. "And what are you doing here?" asked Mr. Raymond, addressing Augustus. "Let us go, let us go," said Augustus, leading Cecil away without replying to Mr. Raymond. Augustus appeared pale, ill, and agitated, and Cecil, who attributed his cousin's haste to indisposition, had not the heart to oppose his wishes. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35 The Summons. When Cecil entered the printing office again with his dog, the printers all asked him the news, and the child related all that had passed, and what he had heard while standing at the door of Madame Marbouf's house. "You have a cousin, then, Cecil? You said you had no family," said Mr. Germain. "I only found him yesterday evening," replied Cecil, "but I did not speak to you of him, because I do not like to talk of my cousin." "He is not amiable, then, my little fellow?" "You know, Mr. Germain, a tree bears both good and bad fruits, but I have not said anything to make you suppose that my cousin bears any bad fruit." Mr. Germain smiled. "No, nor any good either, have you? Come, let us have no mystery. I thought that your cousin was rich, and that he did not notice you because you were poor." "My cousin is poorer than I am," replied Cecil. "I would like to know," said one of the printers, "why Madame Marbouf is a monster." "Gentlemen, we have had enough of Madame Marbouf. Let us now go to work," said Mr. Germain, striking his fist authoritatively on the table. "Cecil, I have some errands for you. Take these proof sheets to the different persons, whose names you will find on this list. By the by, Cecil, we will not have any dinner cooked at our house today, as my wife and I are going to dine with her mother. You can dine where you choose. Do you understand?"
"I will dine at home, then," replied Cecil, "and I shall not return to the printing office again to-day, as my cousin has put my room in such disorder that I should be glad to have a little time to arrange it before night."
"Look here, Cecil," said one of the printers, handing him some proof sheets. "I am very curious to see your little house, of which I have heard our master speak so often. Shall I bring my dinner there?"
"It would give me much pleasure if you did," replied Cecil.
"Well, we two shall dine together."
"Oh, I did not say only we two. You're not afraid of seeing anybody else, are you?" replied Cecil.
"Who will be there? Do you expect company?"
"A very select circle," answered Cecil.
"I must arrange my toilette, then," said the printer, surveying himself head to foot. "Will there be any ladies?"
"Yes," said Cecil, "Lady Pigeons and Lady Rabbits. Good-bye. Remember, it is on the Champs-Elysees, near the garden of Beaujon, on Mr. Raymond's tract of land. Everybody knows where it is. Come, Fox."
Cecil had hardly left the office when a footman in green and gold livery entered. "Sir," said he, addressing one of the printers, "does not a boy named Cecil work here? A little boy who has a black spaniel called—" "Fox," interrupted the printer, "they have both gone home." "I come with a message from Madame Marbeuf," said the footman. "And what does Madame Marbeuf wish?" asked Mr. Germain, advancing towards the footman. "If you can leave a message, we will deliver it to Cecil." "She wishes him to come immediately to her house," replied the footman. "He has gone out now, and will not return to-day," said Mr. Germain. "But to-morrow we will tell him." "Madame wished to see him to-day, but if that cannot be, to-morrow will answer," replied the footman, bowing and retiring. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36 The Conclusion. By the time that Cecil had finished his errands, it was already dusk. He hastily returned home and met the printer whom he had invited to dinner, standing at a short distance from his cottage. "Is that your house?" asked the man. "Yes," replied Cecil, who, to his great astonishment, perceived that his door was half open. "Well, take care, Cecil," said the printer in an altered voice. "It is full of people." Cecil looked at Fox, who, after having made several joyous bounds at his master, ran into the house. "Look there," said Cecil. "My dog answers you that friends only are there. Mr. Raymond is the only person besides myself who has a key, and, as I did not open the door, he must have done so. Let us enter." As Cecil walked boldly into the cottage, the printer followed mistrustfully. Cecil could hardly believe his senses when he recognized Madame Marbeuf, seated on one of his two chairs, and Mr. Raymond on the other. The blind man, his son, and Mary stood near. And beside them was the old invalid caressing Fox and calling him Austerlitz. Some distance behind this group, concealing himself as though in shame, stood Augustus, looking pale and haggard. Madame Marbeuf appeared much moved, and Mr. Raymond was uneasily beating his cane on the ground. The blind man's head was bent forward, as though he was attentively listening to every sound, that he might divine what was going on around him. Mary and Paul were weeping, but their tears were of joy rather than grief. Madame Marbeuf was the first to speak. "Come here, my child," said she, extending her hand to Cecil, "and tell me why,
Notwithstanding my note, you did not come to my house this morning." Before Cecil had time to reply, Augustus stepped forward with a sad but resolute air, and said in a voice full of emotion, "It was my fault, madame. I am very culpable. Ah, Cecil, you were right in saying that our good and evil acts brought the one reward and the other punishment. Your history and mine prove that this is true. My first bad action was the burning of my father's will, which ensured you a comfortable income for life. By this means I deprived myself of the power to save my father's fortune, the details of which were only given in his will. You know with what unnatural cruelty I took you to Paris, and there forsook you, without even giving you a cent. Since that time, Cecil, your image has haunted me in my sleep. Often I awoke, pale and frightened, and thought I heard your voice, which sometimes plaintively begged me for food, and sometimes threateningly called me the murderer, an assassin. Ah, those nights! Just God, what nights! I often lay without daring to close my eyes for fear of seeing your image, which appalled me." Here Augustus paused for a moment, overcome by his feelings. Soon he continued, "On returning to Bordeaux, I learned that my father's only remaining sister, of whom he never spoke in our presence because he had, many years ago, quarrelled with her husband, had arrived in the city. This sister had heard of her brother's dangerous illness, and wished to see him again before he died. She was a widow and rich. These two circumstances were sufficient to make me call upon her. Her first inquiry was after her nephew Cecil. She said that as you were without fortune, it was her intention to make you her heir. She asked to see you. I concealed my wickedness, and told her that your education had been so much neglected that I had taken you to Paris and placed you at college. My aunt praised me for this judicious action, and requested me to give her the address of the college. I gave her the first name that came into my head. She returned to Paris, and as you may suppose, Cecil, I soon received a letter from her. She told me I had deceived her, and insisted upon knowing where you were. Not being able to reply, I did not answer her letter. As I told you, I was robbed, duped, and deceived. I lost the fortune I was unworthy of possessing, and came to Paris, where I completed my ruin." He then addressed Madame Marbeuf. "One evening, when I was almost dying with hunger, I stopped a man on the Champs-Elysees, and asked for bread as a robber would demand money. But I was unarmed. I did not mean to harm him. Though I am guilty of much wickedness, madame, my punishment would be too severe if you believed me capable of wishing to take the life of one of my fellow creatures. Alas, I was a beggar. But I was only begging, when the voice of a child struck on my ear. The hand of a child was placed on my arm. It was the same voice that I heard every night in my dreams. I turned, and beheld the same face that had appeared at the foot of my bed every night. 'Who calls me?' demanded I, trembling so violently that the man I had arrested made his escape. 'It is I, Cecil,' replied my cousin, for it was really he, but not as in my dreams portrayed him, pale and famished. He looked healthy and robust, and almost happy. It was with difficulty I recognized him. Cecil succored me, who had turned him out of my father's house. He received me in his room, me, who had stolen the only legacy left him by my father. He shared with me the money he had earned by the sweat of his brow, with me, who had so cruelly abandoned him when he needed my protection. He came to me kind and forgiving, and, without one reproach, without one taunting observation, said, 'Enter, eat, and sleep.' Do you think, madame, that I was softened by this noble and generous conduct? No. The demon envy had taken possession of me. I was envious that Cecil was better off than I, that he was living comfortably while I was dying with hunger.
I envied his gaiety, which sprang from a clear conscience, his prosperity, which came through his own goodness, and in the morning I awoke in his bed, in spite of his kindness, with anger in my heart. Oh, Cecil, do not turn from me in horror, for that anger has been succeeded by repentance the most sincere, by remorse the most poignant. We rose, we dressed ourselves, we went out. The placard about Fox first attracted our attention. Cecil read it with pain, and I with joy. I set out for your house, madame, but I stopped on the way to take breakfast, and when I arrived I found Cecil, with his dog, entering your door. I awaited with great inquiet the result of the interview, which might disclose all my wickedness. I did not wish Cecil to have any idea of the tie between us three. For Madame Marbeuf is our aunt, Cecil, the sister of my father and of your mother. Yes, Cecil, said Madame Marbeuf, I am your aunt, and in future my house and my fortune are yours. Come and embrace me, my dear child. Cecil, astonished, looked first at his aunt, who held out her arms to him, then at Mr. Raymond, who made a sign for him to go and embrace Madame Marbeuf, then at the weeping spectators of the scene, at Fox, who alternately licked the hand of Madame Marbeuf and of Cecil, and at Augustus, whose confusion was gradually disappearing. Madame Marbeuf repeated, "Come kiss me, my dear child."
"Did you know, madame, that I was your nephew?" said Cecil, complying with her invitation. As his head rested on her bosom, he felt her tears fall on his cheek.
"No, she did not know it until to-day," said Mr. Raymond. "As I entered her house this morning, I met you and this young man, who you told me was your cousin. I was going to question you, when your cousin drew you away. I made some inquiries of Madame Marbeuf, and she told me that she had not seen the child, but that the young man was her nephew, whom she disowned, because he had ill-treated a little cousin who had suddenly disappeared. This disappearance, the title of the cousin, which you gave to the young man, the relation who had wronged you, and whose name you would never mention, awakened my suspicions. Before I made up my mind what to do, your cousin himself entered. 'Madame,' he said to Madame Marbeuf, 'pardon me for daring to present myself before you again. I am a miserable wretch. I neither deserve mercy nor compassion, and when I tell you that the nephew whom you seek is the boy who brought your dog, you will, perhaps, make your servants kick me out of the house, but I will not complain.' He then gave the address of the printing office where you were employed. A servant was dispatched for you, but you had gone out for the whole day. We were determined to give you an agreeable surprise at your own house, but Madame Marbeuf wished to see the blind man, whose history I related to her. Next we went to your friend the invalid, and desired him to accompany us, and here we have all been waiting for the arrival of our host for at least 2 hours.
"Augustus," said Cecil affectionately, "you will not envy my happiness any more, I am sure."
"No, because you deserve it," replied Augustus, with unwonted softness.
"And if I have reason to rejoice, so have you," added Cecil gaily. "If I have recovered an aunt, you have found one likewise."
"There you deceive yourself, Cecil," replied Madame Marbeuf. "I will not acknowledge him as my nephew."
"Oh, aunt!"
began Cecil supplicatingly. "It is useless to talk to me," said his aunt. "He knows it. I have not deceived him, and I told him that whether he found you or not, my fortune was forever lost to him."
"No matter your fortune, but your affection, aunt," said Cecil. "Your affection, that may be his?"
"It appears," said Mr. Raymond, laughing, "that you are more willing to share your aunt's heart with your cousin than her fortune." Cecil replied without colouring, as the satire of the remark had escaped him.
That is because, after what I have learned, I understand that I can do what I please with my aunt's fortune, so Augustus will share it with me. But with her affections, it is very different."
"There is too much goodness in this child, madame," said Mr. Raymond, "for it to be possible that his cousin should be totally deficient. Does not the same blood flow through their veins? Come, madame, forgive him. It is your husband's old friend who entreats you." "I can never take back what I have once said," replied Madame Marbeuf. "It is not just that the wicked should be recompensed as well as the good. All that I can promise is that I will not interfere with what Cecil chooses to do for his cousin. I will permit him to be as generous as he desires to be. He may give Augustus money, if he chooses, but it must be in his own name. And you will receive him sometimes at your house, will you not?" asked Mr. Raymond. Madame Marbeuf replied coldly, "Cecil will always have a right to offer his cousin a seat at my table or a bed in my house."
"Be content, then. You will not want for anything," whispered Cecil in the ear of Augustus. Cecil had hardly finished his whisper when he felt a dog's little teeth biting on his hand. It was Fox, who appeared to reproach his master for having forgotten him. "Oh, you are right, Fox, you are right," said Cecil, bending down and embracing him. "I am very ungrateful. You have given me everything. Without you, I should still be the poor little Robinson Crusoe, and you my man Friday." It only remains to be told that Cecil finished his studies at one of the first colleges in Paris, and instead of the little cottage on Mr. Raymond's ground stands a handsome house, in the building of which Paul and his comrades assisted. The old invalid, to whom Cecil presented another Austerlitz, was placed as a guard during its construction, and the place of the doorkeeper is given to the blind man and his family. Cecil himself is the owner of the house. As for Augustus, notwithstanding the care and attention of Cecil, whose kindness did not decrease, and notwithstanding his aunt's condescension in allowing him a seat at her table, he enlisted as a soldier not long since, and went to Africa. Fox is yet alive, and has grown quite fat, which does not prevent his standing on his hind legs and dancing, rather heavily to be sure, when his young master cries out, "Come, Fox, my man Friday, come and dance for your little Robinson of Paris." End of chapter 36. End of The Little Robinson of Paris, or Industry's Triumph, by Eugénie Foa, translated by Lucy Landon.